Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Rosenbarger.
Here.
Piedmont Smith. Here. Scambaluri.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Volin.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll begin with our land and labor acknowledgement. We recognize that the city of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana, and specifically Bloomington, resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. So, moving into agenda summation, we have no minutes to approve this evening, so we'll move directly into reports then. We'll begin with council member reports, and then reports from the mayor and city offices, where we have a report on the Bloomington Capital Improvements, Inc., or the CBCI. Just to note, too, the report on the transportation demand manager position shifting has been postponed until March 29th. We'll then go to reports from council committees. We have a report from the Committee on Council Processes regarding the motion for removal of a traffic commission member. We'll then enter our first of two periods of public comment for items not on the agenda. We'll then take up appointments to boards and commissions, and then we'll go to legislation for second readings and resolutions. Under that heading, we have Resolution 2305 to approve recommendations of the mayor for the distribution of Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds, for 2023. We also have Ordinance 2303 to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic, regarding amending Section 15.12.010 to remove 7 stop intersections, to add 6 stop intersections, and to delete 1 4-way stop intersection. Section 15.12.020 to add 1 yield intersection. Section 15.32.030 to delete angle parking on 4th Street between College Avenue and Gentry Street. Section 15.32.080 to add no parking spaces on Duncan Drive, 19th Street, and Strong Drive, and to remove no parking spaces on Grant Street and 19th Street. And Section 15-15.32.090 to add limited parking zones to 8th Street. We'll then move to Resolution 23-04, a resolution authorizing the 2023 expanded outdoor dining program in the downtown corridor. We have no legislation for first readings this evening. We'll then move into our second of two periods of public comment for items not on the agenda. We'll take up matters of council schedule, and then we will adjourn. So, with no minutes to approve, let's go into council member reports. I'm going to begin on my far left. Councilmember Volin.
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
I have no report.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hi, just a quick note. I will not be here next week, so I wanted to let everyone know that my next constituent meeting is Tuesday, March 14th at 5:30 p.m. That is on the council calendar, and you can find that link on our website. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty?
No report, thank you.
Thank you. And I will just extend an invitation to my next constituent meeting coming up this Saturday, March 4th at 1:30 p.m. via Zoom. The link is available at siouxforcitycouncil.com. Just click on the join button. Many of the issues we'll talk about will focus on District 2, but certainly anyone from throughout the city is welcome. So, okay. With that, let's move to reports from the mayor and city offices. I believe we have Ms. Carmichael with us this evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this evening. I'm Mary Catherine Carmichael, Deputy Mayor. I was asked to come this evening so you could have an opportunity to hear about the 501c3. We've been putting information out about this fairly steadily for the last couple months, so I don't think any of this is going to come as any big shock to anyone. And then, of course, you're welcome to ask questions. I'll just give basically a brief overview, and then we can go from there. Excuse me. After months of research, outreach, and discussion with various experts, the City of Bloomington has determined that a new nonprofit 501c3 organization offers the best option to assist the city with special work beyond the scope of its core missions to advance this unprecedented level of project activity. The preliminary steps needed to create a 501c3 nonprofit have been taken and outlined in a memo shared with City Council and the community on January 12th. On Friday, March 3rd, that's this coming Friday, 4 community members will be appointed to the City of Bloomington Capital Improvements, Inc., or it'll be known as CBCI going forward. Mayor John Hamilton has identified Mick Reniason, Sarah Bowerly-Dansman, John West, and Valerie Pena to be the first 4 members to serve on the CBCI. Under the draft bylaws of the CBCI, the Bloomington City Council is identified to appoint a 5th member. The organizational meeting of the CBCI will be held in the McCloskey Room. Again, that's on March 3rd at 12:30 p.m. Here in City Hall at 401 North Morton Street. There will be a Zoom option for public attendance. That link is available online, by the way, as we always put the Zoom links with our meeting announcements. Pardon me. The meeting will begin with Incorporator and City Controller Jeff Underwood appointing the directors, and then the directors will discuss and adopt the bylaws. The CBCI will potentially oversee major projects that involve city ownership of land and structures, but not core city services or functions. And the CBCI's initial focus will be on Hopewell in the immediate future. Thank you.
Again, as Ms. Carmichael said, we've already seen a great deal of information on this, but we do have the opportunity to appoint a member of the board, and so it made sense to provide an opportunity for any council questions that may come. So with that, are there council questions for Ms. Carmichael? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Carmichael, for being here and giving us an overview. And as President Scambolari said, we've, of course, received FAQs and other information from the administration. What are the funding sources for the, I always get the acronym wrong.
CBCI. CBCI. Thank you, Councilmember Piedmont Smith, for that question. The funding sources will be the RDC and money from the City of Bloomington. So you will be asked, you'll have a great deal of influence on the work of the CBCI. You'll have to approve funding through appropriations for the work, just as you do now for city employees through the budget and for contractors.
And the Redevelopment Commission, the RDC, gets most of their money through TIF revenues, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember Volan.
Yeah, I mean, just following up on that, does the council really have that much approval authority over TIF money? I mean, if we're using TIF money, for example, to fund a bond to build something, I mean, we're not the ones who make that final commitment, the RDC is.
So, thank you, Councilmember Volan. I believe the question was, what will the funding sources be? That was the original question to which I
Right.
responded.
Well, no,
And
no,
those-
but, oh, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry.
Okay, and I did answer that question, which would be council and the RDC. So,
Well, I'm just trying to disentangle the idea that somehow the council has authority over, in other words, the CBCI is going to be getting funding from the RDC as well as council, not funding that goes through council approval. So there will be some funding that the council does not approve.
that's correct, just
Okay.
as it is now.
Right, well, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember Piedmont, any round one questions? I'm not seeing any. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Just to follow up on this same line, it's my understanding that the city council has to approve expenditures over 5 million from the RDC. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Carmichael, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. So, again, the report on the transportation demand manager position shifting to Bloomington Transit, that has been postponed to March 29th. So we will move into reports from council committees. I believe Councilmember Flaherty will take us through this report.
Yes, thank you. As chair of the council's special committee on council processes, happy to report back on the question referred to us 1 month ago, I believe, which was a motion to remove Greg Alexander from the City of Bloomington Traffic Commission. The committee met 3 times during the month of February to consider issues related to the proposed removal. We were assisted in our work by council attorneys Stephen Lucas and Ash Kulak and council staff. We generated a roughly 5 or 6 page report that was distributed in the packet and also to council members. I won't read that full report because I think it's too long, but I am going to read or synthesize portions of the heart of it, which is section 3 on applying some of the legal guidance to the proposed removal and some recommendations. In that vein, I wanted to note that we had legal guidance provided to us by council attorneys, and this report and what I'm sharing draws on that. Also wanted to note that during the meetings we had public comment from several residents, as well as Councilmember Volin and current traffic commissioner. Comments ranged from feedback or input on certain questions the committee was considering to calls for Mr. Alexander's removal to praise for Mr. Alexander's work on the traffic commission. I'll skip over the review of the applicable legal standards to these issues, and there are several related to due process, what constitutes cause for removal, and First Amendment protections, and instead dive into the consideration of Greg Alexander's removal from the Traffic Commission. So our work on the committee, we sought to apply relevant legal guidance to that question and ensure that any removal, if pursued by the council, is done lawfully. So in doing so, the committee reached several recommendations that are outlined in the 3rd section of this report, and I'll go through those now. 3.1, substantive due process considerations. First, the committee recommends that the motion for removal on the table be withdrawn. The committee reached this conclusion because it believes the motion does not adequately describe the conduct, statements, and/or omissions that are the basis of the proposed removal. This raises concerns with respect to fairness and substantive due process. So to address these concerns, the committee recommends that a motion for removal that a new motion for removal should be narrow, specific, and sufficiently clear that council members, members of the public, and Mr. Alexander fully understand the specific conduct, statements, and/or omissions that have led to the proposed removal. 3.2, procedural due process considerations. The committee also recommends that Mr. Alexander be given written notice of his proposed removal and allowed 5 business days to respond in writing to the specific allegations and proposed basis for removal. This recommendation parallels procedural requirements from Bloomington Municipal Code for removals for absenteeism and should provide sufficient procedural due process. Similarly, if the council votes in favor of Mr. Alexander's removal, he should be notified in writing about the removal and the council's reasoning. 3.3, cause for removal. Based on legal precedent and advice from council attorneys, the committee also recommends that a council member making a motion for removal not only clarify what specific statements or conduct are the basis, but also clarify or demonstrate with evidence, if available, how the named conduct has diminished Mr. Alexander's ability or fitness to perform his duties on the Traffic Commission. This will help ensure the council is following the appropriate legal standard with respect to what constitutes sufficient cause for removal. With respect to 3.4, free speech concerns, if Mr. Alexander is removed from his appointment, depending on the statement cited as the basis for the removal, he may be able to challenge it based on free speech protections under the First Amendment. Such a claim would be analyzed using the Pickering test, which is covered earlier in the report. Council attorneys assessed possible First Amendment claims with respect to many of Mr. Alexander's statements brought into question in recent weeks and provided legal advice to the council on which statements should probably not be considered a basis for removal. Additionally, in assessing these statements, council attorneys advised that most likely none of the statements in question to date amount to obscenity, fighting words, or true threats as those terms are legally defined. If statements did meet those legal definitions, they would constitute unprotected speech. Finally, 3.5, possible grounds for removal. As the committee sought to clarify from council members the rationale for Mr. Alexander's potential removal from the Traffic Commission, 2 main lines of reasoning emerged. The first line of reasoning was clarified by Councilmember Rallo during committee discussions when he stated he believes Mr. Alexander's conduct amounts to intimidation and harassment of members of the public. The second line of reasoning identified by some council members and members of the public amounts to bias or a lack of fairness in Mr. Alexander's work on the Traffic Commission. Notably, the motion for removal on the table does not seem to reflect the second line of reasoning. So if that motion is withdrawn and a new motion made, whichever council member is moving should seek to clarify the rationale for removal and identify the conducts or statements that demonstrate legal cause. Whichever rationale and conduct are identified, council members will need to determine if and how that conduct has diminished Mr. Alexander's ability or fitness to perform his duties. And in doing so, they should look to Bloomington Municipal Code, which defines those duties as follows. It shall be the duty of the commission, and to this end, it shall have the authority within the limits of the funds at its disposal to coordinate traffic activities, to carry on educational activities in traffic matters, to supervise the preparation and publication of traffic reports, to receive complaints having to do with traffic matters, and to recommend to the Common Council and to appropriate city officials ways and means for improving traffic conditions in the administration and enforcement of traffic regulations. And those are the duties as defined in code. Finally, legal guidance summarized previously in the report identified several questions to help council members determine whether there is sufficient cause for removal, and you can see those in section 2. The council attorneys also noted that we may consider statements from Mr. Alexander regarding his service on the Traffic Commission, as well as other statements from Traffic Commission members, staff, or members of the public as they relate to Mr. Alexander's performance of his duties. One final note on that section of the report, there's one sentence that I believe is factually inaccurate based on some information that had been relayed from the city administration side. There's a sentence that says specifically the appointee had not yet been seated, he was not currently serving on the commission, and his term had not yet started and was not going to start for some time. That sentence is in reference to a prior removal by the mayor of a parking commission member, and that sentence does not reflect the facts of that situation. It should just be struck, but the rest of the paragraph still holds, which is that the situation there was different from Mr. Alexander's situation. Final note, just to say that the committee is also considering a variety of recommendations for future action, which are a little beyond the scope of the question of Mr. Alexander's removal, looking at codifying possible additional causes or conduct that would constitute cause for removal, the possible creation of a code of conduct for board and commission appointees, and we'll be working with city legal to look at that, as well as considering an intermediate level of rebuke that would fall short of outright removal from an appointment. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions from council members and would encourage folks who are interested to know more about the committee's work to read the full report that's in the packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? Seeing none. Let's move on to our first period of public comment. This is our first of 2 periods of public comment. There is a maximum of 20 minutes set aside for this section. Could I get a sense of how many people plan to offer comment here in chambers? 1, 2, okay. And Mr. Lucas, could you extend the invitation on Zoom, please?
Members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature in your control bar to let us know. You can find that by clicking the reactions button or the more button. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak. And I see one hand raised at the moment.
Okay. Let's plan on taking 5 minutes then. Let's start here in chambers. Welcome. If you would please introduce yourself and confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I actually won't need 5 minutes. I'm Julie Thomas. I'm a Monroe County Commissioner, and I just wanted to come with greetings from the Board of Commissioners and let you know that in January, the Indiana Division of Mental Health and Addictions, a department of the Family and Social Services Administrations, announced that entities within Indiana could work with their local government, either city or county, to apply for funding to combat problems related to opioids through an opioid settlement match grant. A total of $25 million is scheduled to be awarded across the state. In February, the Monroe County Health Department, working with Indiana Recovery Alliance and Centerstone, began putting together a grant application for a variety of projects, all lumped into one. The commissioners had a special meeting this week to acknowledge our support of this grant and our match. And we also want to thank the City of Bloomington for pledging $100,000 to help fund some of these projects as part of the matching dollars required by the state. We are especially thankful to Ms. Calendar Anderson for ensuring the city's pledge came through in time. It was a very short grant cycle. And for suggesting 2 of the projects we hope to fund. We expect to hear about the success of our application by May 1st, with the actual grant starting July 1st, and we look forward to returning back to provide you an update, hopefully with news of success. Thank you.
And I always neglect to ask people to sign in, so if you haven't done that, please do. So, Mr. Lucas, let's go to Zoom next.
Yes, Jim Shelton.
Mr. Shelton, if you would, please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name is Jim Shelton. I'm with the Chamber, but right now I'm speaking on behalf of Court-Appointed Special Advocates, or CASAs. Today is a great day. A case that I worked on for 22 months ended with the adoption of a gorgeous little 5-year-old girl into a permanent life that will take care of her going forward. She's really something. I met with her via Zoom yesterday, and she was playing with slime. She had a great big gob of slime, and was manipulating it while we were talking, and I was meeting with her grandparents, who were the ones who were successfully able to adopt her. So I want to say this to people to let you know that a lot of good and joy comes out of being a CASA. Sometimes it can be hard, but oftentimes in the end, it is very joyous, and today was such a day. So for anyone out there who is piqued by that and wants to learn more about being a CASA, you can go to monroecountycasa.org and click on the volunteer link and get a bunch of information, or you can call 333-2272. The first step to becoming a CASA would be to apply and then to go through a training. In just 2 months, we'll have our next training session. It'll be May 22nd through June 14th. It'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday evenings from 5:30 to 8:30. So you would have about 30 hours of training, which would teach you everything you really need to know to serve as a CASA. You need no special background from whatever you've done. I was a retired physicist and have been a CASA now for over 10 years. And then you would be assigned a case. Well, then you'd be sworn in by Judge Harvey, and then you would be assigned a case. And you would work that case with a CASA professional. So they would be backups for if there's a hearing that you cannot attend, or if there's some quirk of the case that you've not learned about, they will be there to help you handle it. So I invite the public out there to please think about it, look into it. I'm sure there are people out there who have been thinking about it. The national organization tells us people typically think about it for about 2 years before they do it. We have, the last I heard, over 20 children who are in the court system because they've been abused or neglected that we do not have a volunteer to sign to be their CASA. Statistically, children that have a CASA are in foster care a lot less time. The whole case takes less time. As I said, my case took about 22 months. Quite often they take 3 years or more. So I want to share that with you and with the public, and thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Let's come back to Council Chambers. Welcome. If you would, please state your name for the record, sign in. I always forget to remind people of that. And then you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Christopher Imge from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I don't have my name tag, but rest assured I am official. Just want to first thank the council for their hard work, especially the special committee that even met at 8 in the morning on some very complicated and some very legalese questions, which are not as glamorous. Which brings me to other glamorous work. It is the silly season, election season, with many people vying to be have their nameplate here at the desk. So we at the Chamber cover the 2023 elections beyond just the mayoral, but with the city council races. We have on March 21st, that is a Tuesday, at the Dimension Mill from 5:30 to 7:30, our Elect Connect event, which is for our chamber members and the community at large, which is a chance to meet all the fine candidates that are running for city council and a chance to hear them speak. There'll be hors d'oeuvres and a cash bar. We did this last October for the county and state legislator races, and it went over like gangbusters. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. I assure you, and not one that needs to be politically astute to really have a good time at. Another thing I wanted to say on that is we'll also have a questionnaire and some other things on our website coming up, but we want to make sure that the public is staying active on this, on all the council races, and we appreciate all those that are running right now. And if you have need of more information, we are at chamberbloomington.org, I thank the council for their time tonight.
Thank you. And Mr. Lucas, do we have any additional requests on Zoom?
Yes, I have a comment from Sam Dove, who asked that I let the Sidewalk Committee know that there's a sidewalk issue at 1279 South Sheridan Drive.
Okay. Thank you,
With
Mr.
that,
Dove.
I see no comments on Zoom.
Okay, and I'm seeing no further requests here in chambers. Okay, thank you. That'll conclude our first period of public comment. We'll have a second period of public comment coming up later. With that, let's move into appointments to boards and commissions. Are there any appointments from any of the committees? I'm not aware of any, but I may be mistaken. Okay. Seeing none, is there any other business?
Madam President, I have a request. I ask that the motion to remove Mr. Alexander from the Traffic Commission that I made on February 1st, 2023 be withdrawn, and that I be allowed to offer a revised motion in line with the process committee recommendations we heard earlier this evening.
Are there any objections to withdrawal of that motion? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. The motion that I'll introduce will include profanity as it quotes the commissioner that it concerns. Here's the motion. I move that Greg Alexander be removed from the Traffic Commission for cause under Bloomington Municipal Code 2.08.020. Specifically, Mr. Alexander, number one, posted the following comment on social media as a response to a member of the public expressing concern about a planned infrastructure project punching through certain streets in her neighborhood. Quote, "What are they punching through with? I would really like to know. It sounds like they are going to savagely penetrate your neighborhood, and I want to know what they're going to use to do that." Number two, posted the following comment on social media, quote, "Haters gonna hate, and Bloomington Democrats gonna lick the shit out from between Elm Heights neighbors' ass cheeks." Number three, sent unsolicited handwritten letters directly to members of the public who had appeared at council meetings, which led to complaints and concerns from those members of the public. Serving on the Traffic Commission entails several duties, including carrying on educational activities and receiving complaints having to do with traffic matters. These duties involve engaging with the public, and several members of the public have described to this council their concerns about being targeted, bullied, or intimidated by Mr. Alexander. His actions and comments and the resulting public complaints this council has received have compromised his ability and fitness to engage with the public and carry out his duties. While these comments were not made in a public meeting, his response to a resident's concern about a city project was offensive and used a reference to sexual violence to ridicule the concern. His comments about one of Bloomington's neighborhoods demonstrates bias. Bullying behavior and bias could discourage and has discouraged residents from voicing traffic concerns and from interacting with the Traffic Commission or the city. To be clear, I do not make this motion because of Mr. Alexander's substantive criticisms of the city, the council, or myself. Rather, I make this motion out of concern about Mr. Alexander's fitness to carry out the duties of his appointment to the Traffic Commission. In making this motion, I also ask that the council make no formal decision tonight, but instead give Mr. Alexander an opportunity to provide any written comments he would like to offer the council in response to this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's move into debate and questions on Councilmember Volan.
Yeah, a number of questions with the new motion. Can you define in points 1 and 2, you say he made comments on social media. There's lots of social media. Can you be specific about the social media that was used? Was it obscure or popular social media?
I believe it was Twitter. I don't use Twitter, but that is what was reported to me. I can clarify if you like.
I
Before
think
our
that
next
would be,
debate.
that would be essential to
I think
a
you're.
full understanding of the motion.
I think you've received those comments in your email. So.
Well,
in
but I
fact,
mean,
the
we're
entire
talking
council
about
has.
a formal motion here.
Yes.
So I think that it should be specific.
Mhm.
And the third point, you say sent unsolicited handwritten letters. Is there something about handwritten letters that is objectionable?
No, it is in the context of the other types of engagement with these particular advocates for neighborhood projects. So this is going essentially further in a personal direction after essentially it's contextual.
So you're saying, in other words, that because Mr. Alexander is familiar with social media, that his choice of a handwritten letter somehow is, I don't know, grounds for, I mean, that is one point of an indictment. Like you think that he should have written the letter, he should have typed the letter or emailed it?
No, what I'm saying is that there was an objection by an advocate for a neighborhood project, and she feels as though she was harassed, that she was targeted, that he had basically been referring to her personally on comments on social media, and then proceeded to send a letter to her.
Okay, so
Again, this goes back to her testimony before council, so it's in the public record.
so this is specifically, it's sent a single unsolicited handwritten letter, not multiple letters.
He has sent multiple letters
To the same person or to other people?
to other people,
Okay.
to two individuals that I know.
So there's two total letters. 2 letters, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So later in your motion, you say that the members of the public have expressed their concerns about being targeted, bullied, or intimidated, but then you make a broad leap to say that based on their complaints, you believe that that these complaints have compromised his ability and fitness to engage with the public and carry out his duties. I mean, I find that to be a big leap. I wish you would explain how necessarily just the allegation of targeting, bullying, or intimidation, how that's distinguished from political speech. I mean, are there legal definitions that his actions rise to?
I'll refer to, as described by members of the public, that Mr. Alexander has targeted them personally, has engaged them in social media. They feel harassed. He used language that was aggressive, had intimated a violent nature, and there was other testimony from members of the public that they are unwilling or cautious about commenting at council meetings because they do not want the type of harassment that Mr. Alexander has exhibited. Now, I think that indicates that he is not fit to serve, because one of the roles, as described, is an educational role. Education is hampered by bullying, by intimidation, harassment.
Okay, but I mean, the committee just reported that these terms that you have used in the previous motion and the current motion don't rise to the legal definition. They're simply the expressions of the descriptions of people who feel bullied or intimidated. So, I mean, we're a body that makes laws, and our appointments are done in a similarly formal legal way. You know, are you saying that, are you still trying to assert that these are, that his actions rise to legal levels of conduct that, that therefore represent for cause.
Yes.
I have other questions, but I'll withhold until the next member.
Thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I'm a little clear about what the effect of this motion is, because the motion is to remove a traffic commissioner. But then towards the end of what Councilmember Rallo said, he says he asked that the council make no formal decision tonight. But if the motion is for removal, if we're voting on this motion, it seems to me we're voting on removal.
Mr. Lucas?
I think if the council would like to follow the committee's recommendation, which was to provide the member notice and an opportunity to respond, that the council should not take any formal action on the motion tonight. I think Mr. Rallo was indicating his desire to see that recommendation followed, that the council take no formal action. I would recommend a separate motion to postpone if the council would like to take this up next week.
I see. So it was Councilmember Rallo's intention to put the motion on the table but not have a vote on it. Is that accurate?
That's correct. In alignment with due process as described. Thanks.
Does that conclude? Councilmember Smith?
I will put on the table a motion to postpone it, the final decision on this until next week's council session.
Point of order. Can we finish with questions before we go to a
Yeah.
motion?
Could you hold that, please,
I will.
in the midst of debate? So, additional questions? Councilmember Volin.
Right. In response to Councilmember Piedmont Smith's question, you mentioned the phrase due process. Do you believe that the council has a due process for consideration of questions like this? I mean, an existing process, or do you consider the process that we're going through to be sufficiently due? For removing a board or commission member?
This is a novel situation. I believe that there is cause. I've described the cause. Due process is referring to in alignment with previous removals on the basis of absence, allowing 5 days for the individual to respond to the council. And I think that this is my understanding with consulting with Mr. Lucas. That was the meaning of due process that I spoke about a moment ago.
Yes, the council does have a process. It requires action in a public meeting. Beyond that, our code provides for a process related to absenteeism. I would suggest that process be the minimum that the council follows here. So Mr. Alexander should be notified of this motion, provided a chance to respond in writing. That any response he provides should be provided to council members. You all should consider that before taking formal action. Beyond any written submissions Mr. Alexander would like to provide, the council might invite comment from him if he would like to appear before the council takes formal action. I know Mr. Alexander is aware of the motion for his removal that was made February 1st. I know he's communicated directly to the council office and to some of you. So he does have notice of the potential removal, but I believe the committee's recommendation was to provide him a chance to respond to the specific motion that was just made tonight that contained more details about the rationale and the basis for removal.
Thank you. Maybe I should just ask Mr. Lucas, while we are following the minimum due process described by code, am I right in feeling that that much of what we're discussing is kind of an ad hoc process, that we're reacting to a situation that came up that we've not anticipated before, and that not every aspect of it is covered by code. If it's not covered by code, is it by definition due? I'm trying to avoid an ad hoc process here, and I wonder if you would comment on it from a legal perspective.
Our code provides for removal, for-cause removals. It does not limit for-cause removals to absenteeism. Absenteeism is the one example it lists, but it says it's not limited to that. And so I do believe there's a process. Has this specific reason for a for-cause removal come up? I've not seen that before. But again, removal is something contemplated by our code. And again, to ensure due process is followed here, I would suggest adhering to that process that we have for absenteeism, which is again a chance for a written response.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, then Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I wanted to ask in the committee report, it says that we should give Mr. Alexander 5 days to provide his own response in writing. Was that meant to be before there was a motion for removal? It says proposed removal. And have we done that yet? And if we do it, it seems like it's not happening today. So 5 days would be almost a week from today, which means council members wouldn't get that potentially until next Monday or Tuesday. So I guess I'm just wondering, we have the option to vote on this tonight. And if it's not ready, we can say no tonight and we don't have to postpone it. And another motion, I think, could be brought at a different time. So I think that's an option. But my question is about the procedural due process that I would hope that we at least follow. Has Mr. Alexander been given notice yet?
I can try to answer that if you'd like. I reached out to Mr. Alexander after the motion was made on February the 1st and invited him to submit any written comments. I know prior to that, based on comments the council heard from the public, he reached out to provide some context. He actually shared the comments that Councilmember Rallo quoted tonight that he had posted on social media to clear up any question as to whether those were his comments. So he reached out to say, yes, I posted these. He has not been notified of this specific motion. If the council's will tonight is to provide him a chance to respond to this specific motion, we will share the text of the motion with him after tonight's meeting and invite him to respond. Should the council not want to postpone this, should the council want to postpone this beyond next Wednesday, March the 8th, you could certainly postpone it further than that. March 29th, I believe, is the council's next regular session.
Thank you. Can I continue about due process? Is that okay? So substantive due process, I also think there is, it says it was recommended that it be narrow, specific, and sufficiently clear such that council members, members of the public, and Mr. Alexander fully understand the specific conduct, statements, and/or omissions that have led to the proposed removal. I guess from Councilmember Rallo's proposed removal, I'm unclear as to whether he would be potentially removed because of the comments he made or because how he made other members of the public feel. Would you like to weigh in on that, Councilmember Rallo? Sorry, if you want to answer that.
Well, I was asked by the committee to be specific about the cause for removal, and this describes specifically the cause. That the information that you have is not limited to this motion. You've received testimony from the public who have come here and described harassment. You've received the social media posts that I think through email. So I would use those in your deliberations as well.
I guess I did not understand if you were saying that your proposed removal is because of what he said or how he made people feel.
What I've tried to demonstrate here is that he's unfit to serve on the commission because it is an educational role, and his interfacing or engagement with the public is compromised because of his aggressive language and his and references to violence and so forth. Does that clarify my meaning?
Yes, thanks.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks. I had a question. Well, I appreciate the updated motion. In making recommendations on what constitutes cause, we looked at a case, Waller versus City of Madison, and a trial court that applied that basic standard to some behavior that happened outside of a board or commission meeting, involved a heated argument exchange, and ultimately found it was not cause for removal because there was no evidentiary record demonstrating the appointee, Waller's, compromised ability of fitness to discharge their duties, and the evidence all the evidence they looked at was how has that appointee performed their duties in their appointed role. And so that was why we added the note to clarify and demonstrate with evidence, if available, how the named conduct has diminished Mr. Alexander's ability or fitness to perform his duties. And I think what I'm understanding is that the reasoning is sort of a somewhat speculative or based on the perception of members, like a future-looking. His abilities are or will be compromised going forward because some members of the public feel like X about things he said in other settings. But is there any evidence from traffic commission members, from people who've attended traffic commission meetings, about how Mr. Alexander has performed his duties as a traffic commissioner, or any evidence demonstrating his, like, I guess any evidence demonstrating in the past that his, crude and offensive language and other fora have actually compromised his ability and fitness to discharge his duties as defined by code? That's my question.
You're posing that question to me? I don't know. I don't know about specifics on the traffic commission. I do know that members of the public said that they're wary of going to traffic commission meetings because of Mr. Alexander, his behavior toward them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Are we to comment, or I don't have a question, I just have a comment?
Councilmember Volin.
Mr. Rallo, you just said that you described the Traffic Commission as having an educational role, but my understanding of boards and commissions is that they are advisory, that we look to them to give us feedback on legislation, potential legislation, issues concerning the city. It's news to me that my membership on any board or commission obligates me to an educational role, let alone primarily an educational role. Could you clarify your observation about the educational role of boards and commissions, please?
I don't have the code before me, but Mr. Lucas, could you read the duties of the Traffic Commission?
Yes. Give me one moment. Those duties are listed in local municipal code 2.12070. The purpose of the Traffic Commission, its duties is listed as follows. It shall be the duty of the commission, and to this end it shall have the authority within the limits of the funds at its disposal to coordinate traffic activities, to carry on educational activities in traffic matters, to supervise the preparation and publication of traffic reports, to receive complaints having to do with traffic matters, and to recommend to the Common Council and to appropriate city officials ways and means for improving traffic conditions in the administration and enforcement of traffic regulations.
Thank you. So just to be clear, as you characterized it earlier, it's not simply an educational role. It is one among many roles that a member has.
Yes, and those involve public engagement.
Very good. Thank you.
Additional questions? Councilmember Smith.
I'm just going to pose this to Mr. Rallo as if someone was, didn't like, for instance, Elm Heights. And they were asked to rule on traffic issues related to that section of town, and they had expressed some bias about that area with their statements, such as we see tonight. Would you think that that would allow them to have an unbiased view in their rulings in a commission context?
So this matter is not a consideration in that motion. This is bias toward particular neighborhoods. Councilmember Volin made a comment at a previous meeting, perhaps it was February 1st, where he described that we have biases related to policy. Advocates for certain areas have biases toward the needs of their own area. Clearly, council members represent their constituents of a particular geographic area and therefore could be claimed to have bias. And so I think the case is strong in terms of Mr. Alexander's inability to fulfill his duties. That debate is tenuous, I think, about bias. I think it's very clear that he has he cannot engage with the public as a commissioner on the Traffic Commission. He's compromised that role. He's forfeited it, I think. And as has been described by numerous people who have had interactions with him. Does that help?
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks.
Additional questions, Councilmember Volin?
Here, the motion does not consider, I mean, you're making the case that numerous people have a problem with him, but the cause that you're asking us to consider removing him for is to, I mean, how many specific people have signed a letter or petition asking for his removal? Like this is a motion made by you and not based on, I mean, and furthermore, who represents Elm Heights? Is that an official organization? I live in Elm Heights. What's my opinion towards it? Like, what's the official definition of these terms?
There's no petition offered that I know of, but there have been multiple testimonies by the public who have come to the council at several meetings and described their interactions, and that's part of the public record. You can go back to those meetings, you can review them. Perhaps they'll come forward again. They feel as though they've been targeted. Perhaps they won't be speaking further about this because they're afraid of being harassed by others. So it's basically sent a chill among the public in terms of their ability to interact with a city commission. I think it's a terrible outcome. But I would just say there is evidence beyond this motion so that you have available. So I would I could point you to those specific instances if you like before we deliberate further on this motion either next week or the following
Thank you.
week.
Additional questions? Or comments? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith?
I am a little bit torn by this motion because of the three reasons given that Mr. Alexander cannot perform the duties of traffic commissioner, I only agree with one of them. So I'm not sure if I can vote for this motion that cites the other two. I think that it is, as Councilmember Flaherty said, it's kind of assumed that in the future he cannot perform his duties because of statements he made on social media in the past. So it's kind of crystal ball suppositions here that we're actually not sure. Certainly, somebody's comments 2 months ago could have an impact on their behavior on a commission in the coming months, but we don't, have hard evidence of that. I do feel that the argument of a bias is a stronger argument in this case. And I was looking at, the legal advice that we've received regarding bias, and that it still has to result in an inability to carry out duties. I do feel like the bias that has been displayed in this case against the Elm Heights neighborhood is likely to impede an impartial fulfillment of the duties of a traffic commissioner. So in that case, I do feel that removal would be warranted. But again, I'm a little bit torn because I do not believe that items 1 or item 3 really would merit removal. So I don't know if there's a and/or that can be inserted here or something, but that's where I stand at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Volin.
Thank you. Even now, with a more specific motion, I don't think the motion is specific enough. Mr. Rallo has noted that there were more people than just the ones listed here in the motion. So if he's asking us to consider all the evidence, then it should have been in the motion. So we're considering the bullet points here. And again, he's had a chance to revise the initial motion he made that the committee took a month to consider. I find difficult to accept this, what I consider to be a reactionary motion, that there are better ways to handle this, as I've been saying consistently. This process, you cannot have a process that's due if it's made up on the fly. Like we're scrambling because we have this unprecedented situation that deserves to me, a due process is one that was considered soberly outside of the of any given case. And here we are being asked to consider a case. Mr. Rallo rightly recused himself from the consideration of the initial motion because he made it, even though he's sitting on the committee, the Special Committee on Council Processes. I want to suggest that that is the direction forward here, that Mr. Rallo can and should take part in establishing a process that is due and not overly broad for future such situations. That would also apply to Mr. Alexander. As I've said earlier, this is a matter for rebuke. Should be an intermediate level of punishment than simply to immediately move to strip someone of their appointment. I also note that one of the perhaps most significant aspects of Mr. Rallo's new motion is the phrase, Mr. Alexander's substantive criticisms of the city, the council, or myself. I'm glad that he's acknowledged that what Mr. Alexander has done is, among other things, a substantive criticism of the city, this council, and Mr. Rallo. That doesn't mean that the way he went about making that substantive criticism isn't worth rebuking. But I think that this is, and I've always thought that this has been too drastic a step. It has galvanized the council to consider our processes. I'm glad that the committee existed so that this matter could be referred to it. But due process also should include consideration of if somebody is removed for a cause, should they be allowed to reapply, or should they be permanently banned from applying again? We don't have that consideration either, and with an argument this substantive, that's a question I'm going to want to make outside of the bounds of any given case. We have an opportunity to anticipate these. The case itself is a perfect setup for setting up new rules so that we have a process that's truly due the next time it happens. But I mean, also the people who are making the complaint that Councilmember Rallo cited are largely doing it in the name of the neighborhood known as Elm Heights. But there is no official definition of who speaks for Elm Heights. Again, I live in Elm Heights. I don't agree with this motion. I don't agree with the way in which Mr. Alexander made his comments, but I get their point, and clearly Mr. Rallo does too, because he recognizes the substantive criticism of them. But our neighborhood associations, how are they formed? Who says that if a person invokes Elm Heights that they're speaking for all of Elm Heights? That's not actually democratic. That's self-appointed. And for all those reasons, like there isn't specific. I mean, it's clear that Mr. Alexander is referring to specific members of the public. I intuited that, but the issue for us should be about our conduct as elected officials. The criticism is of council and of Councilmember Rallo's actions in particular. So that's what we should be concentrating on most. My opinion is that we should simply not consider this, we should not postpone this motion. We should simply vote it down. But I want to strongly encourage the special committee to continue taking up the issue, using all the facts of the case, to use this case to develop due process. And then no one will be able to say that Mr. Alexander and any other member of boards or commissions are not on notice that here are the rules. We didn't have rules before, but now we've defined what for cause means, more specifically, to this type of action, which is a serious action, a serious issue, but that it's done in a way that is not ad hoc. So I would recommend, at the very least, if we do postpone with spring break in the middle, it looks like we're not going to have any business on March 8th. If we do, I'd like to know about that, but I would just as soon, because I would like some time to think about anything submitted more in this case, the earliest we would consider would be March 22nd. I don't think we should just save ourselves some trouble and strongly encourage the committee to take up a new due process, and I would strongly encourage Councilmember Rallo to lead that effort. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. It's certainly been a disturbing kind of like issues that have come forward. This is a lot about what we stand for, and if something's right or wrong, and we need, us as a body, we have to be able to protect, if we have that opportunity, people in the community. We can't worry that if the specific offenses haven't been put in a statute, our attorney says we do have a process, and it's for cause. We must be able to remove somebody if the behavior is egregious and if they are not able to perform their duties in an unbiased way. And it seems to me that both of those things are going on right now. This is what we stand for. If I made those kind of comments and picked on a certain neighborhood in Bloomington, wouldn't you be appalled? Wouldn't that bother you? Because there's never been this happen before, and So right now, we're reacting to it. It can't prevent us from doing our job, and to have a stand on these kind of issues, we really do have to, you know, a person on the commission that we appointed really does kind of represent us and represents the city. And we need to be able to have a process to remove that person. And so we are going along that process now, and it's a little bumpy because we've never done it before, but that shouldn't prevent us from doing our job. You know, I'm for removing Mr. Alexander for all the above, for those comments and for appearing to be, you know, biased for a certain part of the city. And I don't, you know, I'm not gonna, I won't apologize for that or make it, I'm not gonna, the legalese that goes along with all this, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have those feelings. But, you know, the evidence exists, and there's a process involved. So if it's this week or next week, you know, I'm going to vote to remove him. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple notes. One is that, as Councilmember Rallo clarified, bias is not being alleged in this motion. So that should not be any council member's basis for how they vote. That's inappropriate because that's not part of the motion. I also, with respect to bias, that's the area of reasoning. Well, I have issues with both in some respects, but that was one line of reasoning identified that I worry a lot about protected political speech, because I think most of what has been cited as bias, however crudely put, is primarily political arguments about social equity, resourcing, who does and does not have resources, where resources should be prioritized within the city. Those are, you know, political viewpoints that are actually supported by the city of Bloomington, considering some of those things. So I worry a lot about that threat, but just a reminder to my colleagues that bias is not actually alleged as part of this motion, so again, it shouldn't be part of the calculus, which I believe was what I just heard from Councilmember Smith, as part of the basis for his possible vote. With regard to obscenity generally, a note that, you know, a good number of council members have said, you know, curse words during meetings and other things like that. We have no process defined for that. We certainly haven't applied it uniformly to people. Additionally, threats, obscenity, fighting words, those things have legal definitions, and it was the opinions of our council attorneys that none of the statements Mr. Alexander has made have risen to that level of legally defined obscenity or threats. If they had, they would be unprotected speech, which would mean that we don't have to worry about the fact that there's a political element to what Mr. Alexander is saying. A note with regard to Councilmember Rallo's comments about, I'm sorry, Councilmember Volin's comments about considering on March 22nd. We don't have a meeting on March 22nd. March 29th is our next regular session after the 8th. We may not have business on the 8th. And in any case, the 5 business day turnaround for Mr. Alexander to respond, I think would actually put us on Wednesday next week. So it might be advisable, if there's a motion to postpone consideration of the motion on the table, that the motion to postpone actually be for the March 29th meeting to allow adequate time and ensure there is a meeting. Additionally, I do not favor sending this back to the special committee on council processes to consider the specific details with respect to the Mr. Alexander case. We don't have more guidance to provide on that front, though I agree with Councilmember Volin's recommendation, and it's in our report, that we're going to take additional steps to continue to set up a more robust and clear process, including possible intermediate levels of rebuke, possibly defining a code of conduct, or you know, defining via code additional things that constitute cause and what that process for removal for cause should look like. So we'll do that, but anything we create on that front and is ultimately adopted by the council cannot or should not apply to Mr. Alexander's actions in the past. We can't apply a new process to someone for actions that happened when the process didn't exist. For the sake of consideration of Mr. Alexander's removal for behavior or comments made in November or December, we are stuck with the process we have, which is code defining that we can remove folks for a cause, and then legal case law defining what that is in the absence of a definition in code. So what we're dealing with is legal guidance as provided by Indiana case law, specifically Waller v. City at Madison is the sort of case that's helpful. That's where the legal advice from our attorneys and the synthesis in the report came from. So whether or not the motion cogently puts together an evidentiary basis for cause of removal based on ability, diminished ability or fitness to perform duties, I won't weigh in on that question tonight. But again, the committee doesn't have more to add on that specific front, and I don't believe. And what we're stuck with, or not stuck with, but what we're needing to follow instead is just case law essentially guiding us on what constitutes cause when we make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith?
Well, yes, I would like to make another comment or question as a result of Councilmember Flaherty's comment that bias is not being alleged in the motion on the table. It is a little confusing to me. I looked at the motion again, so that Greg Alexander be removed from the Traffic Commission for cause, and then there are 3 actions that he took that are cited. And then further down, it says, his comment about one of Bloomington's neighborhoods demonstrates bias. Bullying behavior and bias could discourage and has discouraged residents from voicing traffic concerns and from interacting with the traffic commission or the city. So it seems like bias is part of the motion. Could Councilmember Flaherty perhaps clarify?
I was, yes, if the chair allows it. I was responding to summarizing the point made by Councilmember Rallo when Councilmember Volan asked about it. Councilmember Rallo said he was not alleging bias, but you're correct that that was contained in the motion as I look at the text now. So I take it back. It is, in fact, in the words of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo?
My intent was to demonstrate that Mr. Alexander could not fulfill his duties. Does include reference to his comment about one of Bloomington's neighborhoods demonstrates bias. If that is important to members of the council, then we could expound on that and as part of the motion to be considered next week or the following week.
Additional comments? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Volan.
Well, first, with respect to the conversation that just happened now, what I see here, the draft motion includes supporting material. I mean, like the supporting material has been put in the argument, so I guess technically it does invoke bias, but I'm not sure if it's claiming that the only 3 specific points that Councilman Rallo has put forward, like the claim doesn't start there. So I find it to be a relatively weak invocation of the term. And as he rightly pointed out, we literally geographically biased. I made the argument at the committee meeting of February 15th as a public comment that Councilmember Smith and Piedmont Smith and Rosenberger and President Gamboluri and I are all biased towards our districts. We prefer our neighborhoods. We don't live in other parts of the city for a reason, and we were elected specifically to prioritize our geography. So I think that term, I think Councilman Rallo did at least get more specific in the new motion, was specific. I mean, it wasn't specific enough in those first 3 points, but he also wasn't specific enough in how, he just simply says that bias is demonstrated by one of these comments, and I don't agree. But I want to quote my colleague from District 3. He said, "We must be able to remove somebody if their behavior is egregious. This is what we stand for." If I made those comments, and then he said, "Wouldn't that bother you?" How do we define egregious? Who defines it? This is not the rule of law. This is the rule of personalities. Somehow, we were all elected to be lawmakers. So even if we're not lawyers, we're making laws. So the idea that somehow we are not lawyers or that all this is legalese misses the point. We're supposed to be here to uphold the rule of law and to define the law. And when we have a situation like this, while we have existing law, the term for cause is very weak. It's not well defined. The only precedent we'd had was in code was for attendance. So it's clear that we haven't put in writing what other causes are, and it's clear that we need to. So I'm encouraged to hear that more than one member wants to pursue this issue as a matter of law, but let us not rest on the excuse that somehow because we're not lawyers that we shouldn't try to make law. Because otherwise, I mean, to say that that is how we should do our job is not my understanding of the job. We are making rules. We're making process. We're making law. And we want to prevent future such events from happening, and that's the best thing we can do here, is to make sure this never happens again, and any rules we make would apply to the current would-be indicted official, but it's up to us as lawmakers to not be arbitrary. We can't just hand-wave it away by saying, legalese, details, process. No. I mean, it flies in the face of our offices to do that. I think it's the opposite of what my colleague said. So again, I would strongly discourage us from further pursuing this motion. I would not vote to postpone, and I think we should simply dismiss it out of hand and encourage strongly the committee to take up a process to prevent this incident from happening again. Thank you.
Additional comments? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Sorry, me again. So upon further reflection and rereading the motion, I do not think I could support it as written, because I agree with Councilmember Volan that it is more specific than the motion we heard previously, but it is not specific enough. And there seems to be a disconnect between points 1, 2, and 3 of what this individual did and the finding that those actions result in an inability to carry out the duties. And so I'm not saying there's nothing there or there's no motion for removal that I could not, that there's no motion for removal I could support. I think there may be a motion that I could support, but I cannot support this one. I think it's convoluted and not legally on good footing, which is really what we focused on in the special committee.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councilmember Rollo.
I support postponement. This is the recommendation of the process committee. I would like to know, Mr. Lucas, or fellow council members, I'm needing guidance in terms of proper way forward. It seems perhaps several council members are finding the motion lacking or short to council members this evening. This is an important matter. Certainly this is, I would say, I would agree that this is a precedent-setting case. We haven't removed anyone for a specific cause before. That's not to say we shouldn't. In fact, I do hope that we make the right precedent, set the right precedent. So with that under consideration, I would like some guidance from my colleagues in terms of withdrawal of the motion, pending a resubmission, amended.
I can run through potential procedural options you all have open to you.
May I ask the question before you ask yours? Okay. Mr. Lucas, could you provide
There's a motion on the
options?
table. A member could move to postpone that motion. A member could move to amend that motion. So if one or more council members feel that there is cause for removal, that could be framed in a different manner, that member could move to amend your motion. A member could move to withdraw the motion, or you could request to withdraw the motion with the intent to offer a further revised motion. So pending any action, there's a motion on the table. The council can consider that and would vote tonight unless no other option is offered. The committee's recommendation and staff's recommendation is to not take formal action tonight. I should clarify, to not adopt the motion tonight, so that Mr. Alexander be given notice and an opportunity to respond.
Councilmember Volin?
So I'll note, first of all, that because there was a prior motion made, Mr. Alexander did, in fact, respond in writing. Was that content considered by the committee? Mr. Flaherty?
We didn't take up Mr. Alexander's comments. I believe he sent several emails and made a public comment, maybe at the February 15th regular session. Our feeling was that though he has made general comments with respect to his conduct, and several members of the public complaining about that conduct in our meetings, that it would be best for him to respond specifically to a particular set of allegations. It was sort of a mix of what members of the public were saying. We felt like the previous motion was not specific, that he hadn't been given an opportunity to reply with specificity to a particular set of charges. I think part of that reasoning is that code, for instance, invites a prospectively removed appointee for absenteeism to contextualize or explain perhaps extenuating circumstances of why they were absent. So I think we felt it was best for Mr. Alexander to be given the opportunity to actually respond directly to a particular charge.
Right, so we have in fact done that, and the result of that first motion was that Mr. Rallo withdrew it in favor of a second motion. Now, because Mr. Rallo is the maker of these motions, he's clearly the advocate for those motions. How many motions should we entertain? We don't even have a process for considering this kind of motion. And I'm starting to be afraid that we're going to be doing this at least once a month for the foreseeable future unless we delegate it. And again, that's why it's good that there's a committee in existence that has been set up to consider exactly questions like this. And that while I know how strongly Mr. Rallo feels, I know how strongly the several members of the public that he is representing in this case feel, I want to acknowledge and recognize their strong feelings here. We have to err on the side of innocence. If someone's innocent until proven guilty, and how long are we going to continue to prosecute the specific case? Again, he's made a motion that, while it is more specific, isn't specific enough. We could continue to indulge the making of motions until one is narrow enough that he believes he can get a majority to vote for it. But really, the next course of action should be an ordinance, that Mr. Rallo should author an ordinance to change process to prevent the incidents like this that he is concerned about in the future. But I'm just, we don't have a limit on how often a motion like this can be made. How many are we going to entertain?
Councilmember Rallo?
Yes, I just want to note that we're not accusing Mr. Alexander of a crime. Serving on a board or commission is a privilege, and I believe that he's abused that privilege.
You believe it, but that's it. It's just an opinion. It's arbitrary.
No.
Has it met a specific criteria? For cause is a very, very, very broad term that we've ill-defined.
If he has harassed the public, then he is ill-suited to be on a commission.
Define harassment.
Additional comments? Was that a hand or no?
Is it?
Sure. With respect to Councilmember Rallo's question about, guidance here, I think Councilmember Volin makes a good point that, yes, you could have sort of an endless number of motions that try to get it right, for the right number of members. I think Councilmember Rallo feels like his motion is adequate, but several members of the council have expressed that they don't in various ways. perhaps those members could discuss and arrive at what they think is a sufficient motion before making another one. But short of that, I'm not sure what else to, to offer. I again think that the committee doesn't really have a role in drafting that motion, because it would be putting in the committee's hand that, to be inside the head of council members and what is or is not adequate. Had we attempted to draft the motion that I believe probably Council Attorney Lucas is the person who wrote the text of, we might not have done no better. So I don't think the committee should be charged with trying to come up with the right motion that satisfies. And again, anything we come up with from an ordinance perspective or anything forward-looking cannot apply retroactively to this situation in any case. So I don't think that's helpful either.
Point of order. I did not say that. I did not say that the commission should draft the motion for Mr. Rallo. I said that the commission should consider an ordinance in general. So I just want to make sure I'm not being mischaracterized. I didn't say that. I didn't say that we should send the motion to committee. Thank you.
Additional comments? If not, I'll offer some. All right. Thank you for this very good discussion. It's a difficult one, but it's an important one. And I agree with a lot of what I've heard. The process. We are in a case where process matters. We want to get this right. We do not want to be arbitrary and capricious. At the same time, I think we also wish to be timely in our response. My understanding is the Traffic Commission continues to meet and go about its business. It's not on a hiatus. And so if this individual's membership on the Traffic Commission is in question, I think we have an obligation to move forward in that regard. I do think, as I listen to this discussion, that the motion we've heard, the new motion we've heard tonight is more clear, but it still doesn't connect all the dots adequately. In the case of Mr. Alexander, I was reading over some of the additional tweets that are not specifically mentioned in this motion that give me as much concern, if not more, than some that are listed. And so I would support the withdrawal of this motion and the introduction of a new motion that goes into a bit more detail, taking into consideration those kinds of tweets. I again believe that we do need a process to handle this. I don't think this will be the last time this body, not necessarily this group of individuals, but this body will ever have to face such a question. But I do think we need to get this right, and I think we need to refine this. A first step in that is to refine this motion to a greater extent. So, thank you. Yes.
Madam President, I request the withdrawal of my motion.
Okay. Second. Are there any objections? Did you wish to state an additional intention, or?
I believe you stated it, and it was stated by several others, yes. Again, in alignment with that it be, that we allow some time for a revised motion that describes further evidence as stated by Councilmember Voland, more specificity, and consideration of bias.
Thank you. I would also point out, too, that just for clarity's sake, we are scheduled to meet in regular session next Wednesday, March 8th. Our next meeting after that is March 29th. So we will skip the week of spring break and the week after that due to some scheduling needs internally. But we are scheduled to meet on March 8th. So we have a motion and a second to withdraw this motion with the intent to resubmit. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Are there any objections?
Yes. If it's a motion to withdraw, it doesn't need to be voted on. We allowed Mr. Rallo to withdraw his first motion tonight so that he could make this motion. Do we need even to vote on it? If he's withdrawn it, that's the ballgame.
Is that? Seeing no objections, then. That motion is withdrawn, and
yes.
It may come up. Yes. All right. Thank you. Is there any other business under appointments to boards and commissions? Seeing none, let's move into legislation for second readings and resolutions. We have Resolution 2305.
Madam President, I move that Resolution 2305 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2305 to approve recommendations of the mayor for distribution of community development block grant funds for 2023. The synopsis is as follows. The City of Bloomington is eligible for a Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, estimated to be $875,000. This resolution outlines program recommendations by the mayor with input from the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Redevelopment Commission. Pursuant to federal regulations, CDBG allocations are made across the following general program areas: social services programs, physical improvements, and administrative services.
Madam President, I move that Resolution 2305 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you, and I believe we have Mr. Zodi with us this evening.
Thank you, Madam President and council members. John Zodi, the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development, Hand Department here at the city. As the clerk read, the Resolution 2305 asks the council to approve 2023 funding projects recommended by the Mayor's Citizen Advisory Committee, which comprises 2 members of the City Council and 2 members of the Redevelopment Commission, among a number of appointments of citizens that are appointed by the mayor. I want to thank Council Members Sandberg and Rosenbarger for their service on the Citizens Advisory Committee, and our 2 redevelopment commissioners, Deb Hutton and Deborah Meyerson. Also want to thank HAND staff for their work on putting together the allocations for the 2023 program year. This year's allocation, as you will note in your materials, is based on an estimate of $875,000. We don't get those numbers until after these decisions are made. And so the distribution of that estimated $875,000 is recommended in the following way: $568,750 for physical improvements for community development block grant dollars, $131,250 for social service community development block grant dollars. That is capped at 15% of the overall allocation as required by statute. And then $175,000 for administration of the programs here at the city, and that is capped at 20% of the overall allocation. So we are recommending 13 awarded projects to 11 local agencies for your consideration tonight. I will tell you, in a highly unusual way, that we received notification of our allocations yesterday. And so we know what those numbers are going to be. I will tell you tonight that we are getting less money from CDBG this year than we did last year. The Citizen Advisory Committee, when they pass the resolution after they make their decisions, and that goes to the Redevelopment Commission and then is pushed forward to you, there are provisions in place based on those estimates, what happens if the money is more or less. And so those allocations will be adjusted. The information is not yet 24 hours old, so we need some more time to adjust those allocations, to notify agencies and all of that, but do want to be transparent in telling you that we did get our allocation, which we don't usually get for another month or 2. So they came out sooner than we thought. And so we're making those assessments, and we'll make the adjustments accordingly. But if I may submit, I don't think that changes your decision-making tonight, because there are provisions in place for how to do that. We are receiving about $20,000 less this year than we did last in community development block grant dollars. One note on council member service. So Councilmember Rosenbarger was listed as a mayoral appointment. She was actually a council appointment from you all. We were lucky to have 2 Rosenbargers here at the City of Bloomington, and Beth Rosenbarger with Planning and Transportation staff also served on the Physical Improvements Committee. So I want to recognize her as well. So I'll close by saying our annual action plan, these projects, once approved, if you choose to do so tonight, will go into our annual allocation, or annual action plan, excuse me, that will go up for public comment next Friday, and that is then submitted to HUD by April 15th. So that is our annual plan of how we use these dollars. And so that's how the chronology works with these getting approved, hopefully tonight. They'll go into the plan that gets submitted to HUD before our program year begins on June 1st. So be happy to answer any questions council members have.
Thank you for the report. Questions from council? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Zodi. So what is the dollar amount from HUD?
Sure. We're expecting $855,868. We received about $875,000, or $872,000 last year. So we're down about $20,000. And that is, just so council members and the public knows, that number ebbs and flows. There are, just like Bloomington, there are 1,300 plus jurisdictions around the country that receive community development block grant dollars. When Congress appropriates money, they've done that over the last several years through a continuing resolution, which means the funds don't change. And so those funds are spread out among the different participating jurisdictions, and that number can change. So it's a formula-based block grant, and so that formula is based on a number of factors, but when the jurisdictions change in number or population, the formula allocation changes, and so that is the main reason why you see that number ebb and flow. If you look over the last few years, we've gone up and down roughly $20,000 over the last 4 years, so we're not surprised, but certainly like to get as much block grant money as we can for the city.
And does that figure, was it negatively impacted by the undercount of Bloomington's population during the last census?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith, I can't tell you yes 100% it was impacted by it. I have to consider that it could have been, and we certainly don't want to push aside the impact that what we believe to be the undercount in the census, what impact that has on the formula. Population is one of the factors. So I was just looking over my information that HUD sent today, but the formula is based on, I can pull the definition here. I don't want to spend your time with the explanation unless you're just looking for the formula. Let's see. The statutory dual formula, which uses several objective measures, community needs, including the extent of poverty, population, housing overcrowding, age of housing, and population growth lag in relationship to other metropolitan areas. Those are some of just a quick list of factors that go into that formula that's used to make those allocations. Sorry, I couldn't find it on my page there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, I just wondered, for the public's sake, watching at home, if we could display the list of the allocations as they appear on in the resolution. And Mr. Zodi, feel free if you want to describe any of those.
Sure. Well, so just so members of the public know, and if they looked at the packet, this is based on a scoring system. The Citizen Advisory Committee makes the recommendations. They are really the decision makers here, so it's really based on their level of scoring, how the applications are filled out. So for the physical improvements side of things, we've got Bloomington Cooperative Living. Mr. Lucas, if you're still working on that, I can read those. Bloomington Cooperative Living, Centerstone, the City of Bloomington Hand Department, so we'll use funds for home rehabilitation, that $100,000, Life Designs, Monroe County United Ministries, or MACM as many of us know it, New Hope for Families, and then the Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. And then on the social services side, maybe further up there, Hoosier Hills Food Bank, New Hope for Families, Community Kitchen, Monroe County United Ministries, or MACM, Mother Hubbard's Cupboard, and Beacon.
Thank you for displaying those. May I ask another question? Mr. Zodi, you mentioned that we've gotten $20,000 less, and that's kind of varying over the years, plus or minus, but with inflation, obviously, we're getting less dollars, even if we were to remain the same. And I wonder, the needs are, there are projects not being funded, there are requests that are outstanding that, that aren't being funded. Jack Hopkins is another avenue for that. Are we trying to essentially fill that gap as we get less and less CDBG funds year on year? Because this has been the trend for quite a long time.
Sure. It's a good question, Councilmember Rallo. We received from 2020 to 2021, our allocation went up, then it went down, and then it went down a little more this year. So we'll see what happens in 2024. But to the root of your question, we're always trying to help agencies fill those gaps if we can. There are several, if public looks at the packet, there are several requests that were not funded, right? And on the social service side, we are capped at 15% of our allocation. So we can't expend any more than 15% of the social service known as public services in HUD regulation. So it's funds like Jack Hopkins that really come in handy for those agencies who might not who can't, or we are prohibited from awarding them more money for social services, which pays for programming, for instance. It's not physical projects, it's programming and operations and things like that. So Jack Hopkins helps. We are still seeing the result of some funds from the pandemic that came through that were done for sort of recovery from the pandemic. We had the response and then the recovery, but there's still gaps. And so we do what we can to make sure we do what we can for agencies, but certainly they are resourceful as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Something to keep in mind at budget time in terms of Jack Hopkins funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I'm just wondering what bike pods are. I think that was one of the funded items, bike pods at Crestmont.
We have a staff member online. Councilmember Rosenberger, I'll defer to you if you want to comment on that at all, or I'm happy to ask staff.
Bike pods are bike storage. It's covered and locked, and you can lock your bike in there.
Thank you very much. Now I know.
Thank you.
All for it.
Kind of a phone a friend, so good. So additional questions? If not, are we ready for a vote? Or a final comment, I'm sorry. Oh, no, or public, good heavens, I'm skipping around. Do we have any public comment on Resolution 23-05? If you would, please approach the podium. Mr. Lucas, could you extend our invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes, if we have members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment on this item, please let us know by raising your hand. You can do that by clicking the Reactions button or the More button in your control bar. You can also send us a chat to let us know you'd like to comment, and we will recognize you that way.
Does anyone wish to speak here in chambers? I'm not seeing any hands.
No takers on Zoom.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, let's come back to council for any final questions or comments. Seeing none. Madam Clerk, was that a comment?
I mean, I was just going to thank everybody involved, but I'm sure I can speak for all of us that we appreciate the work that went into this. It's hard to make allocations when you have limited funds and lots of needs spelled out by our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Scambalori?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
And Volin?
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes 7-0-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Zodi, and to everyone who served.
Madam President, I move that ordinance 2303 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Would
Second.
second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Will all those in favor of the motion to introduce indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2303, to amend Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding amending Section 15.12.010 to remove 7 stop intersections, to add 6 stop intersections, and to delete 1 4-way stop intersection. Section 15.12.020 to add 1 yield intersection. Section 15.32.030 to delete angle parking on 4th Street between College Avenue and Gentry Street. Section 15.32.080 to add no parking spaces on Duncan Drive, 19th Street, and Strong Drive, and to remove no parking spaces on Grant Street and 19th Street. And Section 15.32.090 to add limited parking zones to 8th Street. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Title 15, Vehicles and Traffic of the Bloomington Municipal Code, and comes forth at the request of city staff, the Parking Commission, the Traffic Commission, and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission. The ordinance makes the following changes. Removes 7 stop intersections and adds 6 stop intersections. Removes 1 multi-stop intersection at Jefferson Street and 7th Street. Adds 1 yield intersection. Removes angle parking on 4th Street between College Avenue and Gentry Street. Adds no parking spaces on Duncan Drive, 19th Street, and Strong Drive. Removes no parking spaces on Grant Street and 19th Street, and adds limited parking zones on 8th Street.
I move that ordinance 2303 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. And I believe we have Mr. Farshi with us tonight. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Amir Farshi, Long Range Planner for the Planning and Transportation Department. Let me share my screen here to show you some maps. Okay. Great. One second. Okay. The ordinance proposes various amendments to the Title 15 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Vehicle and Traffic. Title 15 is the title of the code, subject to frequent change and revisions. These proposals are the result of feedback from Engineering, Planning and Transportation, Parking Services Division of Public Works, and legal departments. The proposed changes will address issues that have come to staff's attention through public requests, Commission's recommendations, or 180-day orders. Some items are related to safety issues, improving visibility for people, safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, traffic calming, and housekeeping changes. The ordinance includes the following changes. Section 1 removes 1 stop intersection on West Graham Drive at South Bryan Street, and Section 2 replaces it with 1 yield intersection. Section 1 also removes 2 stop intersections on East 7th Street at North Hillside Drive, and Section 2 replaces them with 2 yield intersections. Section 1 removes 1 4-way stop intersection on North Jefferson Street at East 7th Street, and also adds a 2-way intersection. And Section 1 changes the wrong spelling of Abbey Lane. Section 3 deletes angle parking on West 4th Street from South College Avenue to South Gentry Street from Schedule L of Title 15. Section 4 removes no parking spaces on both sides of North Grant Street from East 18th Street to East 19th Street. The section removes no parking spaces on the north side of East 19th Street from North Lincoln Street to North Dunn Street. Adds no parking spaces on the north side of East 19th Street from North Lincoln Street to North Grant Street. This section also adds no parking spaces on both sides of West Duncan Drive. The section adds no parking spaces on a Strong Drive south of West Allen Street. Section 5 adds limited parking zones on East 8th Street from North Walnut Street to the first 4 spaces east of North Walnut Street. The details and maps are included in the meeting packet. Please let the staff know if you have any questions, and let me introduce the staff who are in this meeting, either in person or the Zoom call. Ryan Cox, Parking Enforcement Supervisor, Neil Copper, Senior Project Engineer, Scott Oldham, Captain of Operation of Bloomington Police Department, Alex Pratt, Assistant City Attorney, and Ryan Roebling, Planning Services Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farshi. Questions from council? Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, I'm sorry I had to step out for a moment, so if this has been answered, I do apologize. But my question was about Section 5, limited parking zone on 8th Street from Walnut to just east of Walnut. The proposal is to add a time limit from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Can you speak to why that is? I see Deputy Chief Oldham approaching.
Hi, Deputy Chief Oldham with the Police Department. That's at our request. There, as you know, that's an entertainment district, and we've been having some issues with people gathering around cars in that block, causing a substantial number of fights, causing some friction with the other patrons. We've put in place a temporary for the last several months, and those issues have essentially gone away. So we would now like to make them permanent. Prior to that, we had injuries that occurred there due to some of this friction, including an officer who's now been off for almost 5 months because of a fight that occurred in that area. So this is more of an engineering control to get around some of the disturbances that have been created by people just hanging out right there on that corner with the cars that are parked there.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, let's go to the public for comment. Is there anyone here in chambers who would like to offer comment? Or Mr. Lucas, could you please extend our invitation on Zoom?
Yes, if folks on Zoom would like to comment on this ordinance, please let us know by using the raise hand feature. You can find that in your control bar by clicking the reactions button or the more button. You can also send us a chat to let us know you'd like to speak.
Here in chamber. Mr. Lucas?
No comments on Zoom.
Okay, seeing none, let's come back to council. Councilmember Volan.
Yeah, this is a good example of the work of Mr. Farshi, who is announced he's leaving the city for another job in Virginia. We're going to miss him. And on a personal note, I just want to say that he's been the steady presence, not only in planning, but at the Parking Commission since its founding in 2017. And we will miss his fine work. And is it Fairfax County, Virginia? They're inheriting an excellent planner. So thank you for all your work. And we appreciate this ordinance.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you, with the city, and in Parking Commission. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Additional comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Scambalori,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Volin,
Yes.
and Flaherty.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes 7-0. Thank you so much. Mr. Farsha, you have our best wishes. Take care.
Madam President, I move that Resolution 2304 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, will you please read?
Resolution 2304, a resolution authorizing the 2023 expanded outdoor dining program in the downtown corridor. The synopsis is as follows. Resolution 2304 authorizes renewal of the expanded outdoor dining program in the downtown corridor. The program, as renewed in this resolution, provides for the continued use of Parklets and Kirkwood Avenue for additional seating space from April 3rd, 2023 through October 1st, 2023. As required by Ordinance 2201, passage of this resolution also explicitly adopts fees for the 2023 program.
Madam President, I move that Resolution 2304 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you, and welcome.
Hi, Chaz Mottinger, Special Projects Manager of the Economic and Sustainable Development Department here at the city. Nice to see you all again. We're glad to be back from the last session 2 weeks ago. So thank you again for your questions and concerns the last time. We've really listened to them, and we have a lot to report on. So I'm just gonna get to addressing some of the concerns and questions. First off is the concern of the Trinity I'm just going to say Trinity Church because I'm going to mess up that E word there. De La Rosa, the Assistant Director for Small Business Development in my department, my colleague, she met with the Reverend and walked around the entire building. And we have talked to engineering, and we talked we've just done some research on this, and we found out that engineering put forth a plan to increase additional ADA spaces on Kirkwood. One would be on Grant Street on the Soma side, Grant and Kirkwood on the Soma side. And so that space can happen by April 1st. So we believe with the new ADA space being put in by April 1st, and we've been guaranteed by the Director of Public Works that that space will happen by April 1st, and the program would, to remind you, start on April 3rd. So before the program starts, there would be an extra space. We're also looking into engineering's plan for even more additional ADA spaces throughout Kirkwood as a whole. So hopefully that can happen this year as well. And we're also looking into maybe not a drop-off pickup zone, but perhaps like limited 2-hour parking, though we're not sure about the feasibility of that. But with the additional space in Grant Street being open again, because it had construction last year, we believe that there would be more convenience and relief for the parishioners. And especially since we want to point out the true ADA entrance is on Grant Street. So it is not the ramp on Kirkwood, it is on Grant Street. We've talked to the church, and they wrote us a nice letter, which we sent to you, and we have a letter of support from them saying that they believe that this would be a good compromise, and they also agreed. So we're really glad that we came to a solution. And then moving on now to another question of the breakdown of what types of businesses support and don't support the closure and the parklets. I just wanted to say thank you to Talisha Kopok at Downtown Bloomington, Inc. for putting this together as well. You should have got, I don't know if we want to share this, Mr. Lucas, on the screen, but there is some data from her on the breakdown versus retail and restaurants, and then other ones that don't fit into that. Hopefully you can see this all. I want to explain this. So the top part, the DIB members are just DIB members in the, just DIB DBI members, excuse me. So as you can see, the parklets split down the middle, whereas Kirkwood has a slight majority, and then 5 folks are neutral. Now, moving on to the rest, the businesses on the street. This includes members of DBI, but she broke it down into the businesses along the square. So I'm just pointing out that the DBI members and the business on the street, we can't combine those because it would overlap. Some of the DBI members are also business on the square or on these blocks of Kirkwood. So I just want to point that out. She broke it down further into that as well. So businesses on the street along the square, businesses not a part of DBI, and businesses a part of DBI. You can see for the parklets, for retail, a majority don't want it, whereas restaurants, slight majority do. Other, again, say no to parklets. And then you can see that there's a few neutral folks as well. Then if you go down to Kirkwood Avenue, the businesses on Walnut and Washington, for Kirkwood, the majority supports the Kirkwood closure, 7-2, whereas restaurants, there's not as many other businesses, there's mostly restaurants on that block. So 4 say yes, you can see the numbers there. Then going on to Grant and Dunn Street, retail is tied between restaurants on how they feel about Kirkwood being closed, 3-3. And then on Dunn and Indiana, you can see it's also 3-3. So we just wanted to provide that because I was asked last time, so you can again see the breakdown between retail and restaurants and then the other businesses there. So again, thanks to Talisha. And we also have feedback from Lenny's. So we also talked to a few more businesses to get their direct feedback. We talked to Lenny's, and they do prefer the road to be fully closed. They would not participate in the parklet program. They prefer the block to be fully closed. Bike Garage, we talked to them directly, and I believe they also sent you a letter. They told us that the problems were with deliveries in the alleyway behind them being clogged when the road on their block on Kirkwood in front of them is closed. They talked about like DoorDash and other delivery trucks getting clogged up in the alleyway. They do support a compromise of their block being open, but the other blocks on Kirkwood being closed. So I just want to point that out. That was direct feedback from those 2 businesses. And now we are also asked about the cost. So the bollard construction costs. This is I want to thank Michael Large of Public Works for this info. When they put the bollard system in a few years ago, this is based on that. So construction costs for the bollards for each side of the street is $42,000, which so that's just for the construction cost of putting them in on a side of the street. And there's an additional cost of each of the bollards being $1,300. And then labor costs can be anywhere from $185 to $650, depending on when it's done, because the crew gets time and a half on weekends, which makes the cost go up. So depending on when they get it done, that's the prices. For parklets, thanks to Michelle Wall at Parking for this, the orange jersey barriers cost $260 each. For an install, the total amount from the past few years, it's taken about 54 hours to do with 2 workers on the job. And that's about the labor costs then are about $2,000. And then there's also the added cost of the fire department keeping the water filled. That's approximately $3,900 to $6,000 per week, because they have been tasked with not only filling the barricades, but also going back on a weekly basis to top them off as they leak. And they spend about an average of 3 to 4 hours per week on that keep up. Then we're going to move on to one of the next concerns, and that is bollards or barriers down the middle of the street. We talked to engineering and risk management as well as public works, and they are not comfortable with that without a new design of a shared street. So the cost, it will be significant, and basically to have the street cut down the middle with barricades or bollards is just not possible without the full redesign of Kirkwood being a shared street, because it's just too risky otherwise. Basically, it increases the risk to pedestrians, cyclists, and in some cases motorists, and just makes it pretty unviable for implementation. So just want to point that out. We did do our due diligence on that and just found it was too risky and wouldn't work unless we have a comprehensive conceptual design and construction of Kirkwood. That's the only way a shared street would work. We can't do it now with the way it's designed. And so that moves us to planning and transportation, more about that shared street. So as Councilmember Piedmont Smith pointed out, the shared street was recommended in the transportation plan from 2019. And we learned about that from planning and transportation a little more. So it was actually a conceptual design for a shared street, for Kirkwood to be a shared street, was in the 2020 budget. But obviously COVID happened, so it didn't, that never went through because it was a challenging time, of course, and they didn't want to create, more crazy change without seeing how the pandemic played out. And now why that hasn't been back in the budget is just basically they're trying to balance other capital projects, and even the conceptual design, let alone the construction of the shared street, it would cost several millions of dollars. So it's just not currently on the budget. It's also because we're still, the pandemic is now, I guess we can say, over, but just kind of giving people some breathing room from the pandemic, getting back to more of a normal situation. That being said, the shared street is something that's been on the docket and something they would like to do. So the first step would be putting it back in the budget to have a conceptual design of what it would look like. And then the construction would come after that. So again, the shared street idea that is also recommended in the transportation plan is a great idea because it would provide a more flexible street that can be pedestrian only if you think of the festivals that take place on Kirkwood. And it can make the sidewalks more accessible, so you could have outdoor dining, you could have more trees. There'd be beautification in general from the nice design that they would have for that shared street. But then you would also have a lane for vehicles, for deliveries. So that was pretty exciting to find out because it would actually solve a lot of these issues, like with beautification and the delivery issues. And so, yeah. So moving on from that, the next thing of concern was the measure of success and some data to analyze during this 2023 season. So first, for the measurement of success, we do want to use the Bloomington Comprehensive Plan that was done in 2018 as a starting point to measure the outcomes. And so measurements would be whether the resulting outcome has generated increased revenue, drawn more visitors, or resulted in positive feedback from users. And so measuring several different aspects of that would be helpful to fully understand the true impact of outdoor dining. And how we would directly do that is, one, we are going to, if this should happen this year, we would partner with Visit Bloomington on some new visitor research that they are getting. It's data of movement downtown. They don't have the numbers yet, but Rockport Analytics is the name of the company that is doing the study with them, and it's based on the standard in-plan economic research model. So it's just tracking movement downtown. They said they would love to share that with us once they actually have that data. It's in the process right now. They don't have it currently. But it's a current thing happening that they will have it relatively soon. So we could partner with them to actually get that data and see what's happening. Another thing is some more with vibrancy. that will really help with measuring the vibrancy as well between parking data and then also this movement data that will help measure the density of consumer activities and the diversity of consumer activities as well. And so there's some scoring on that we can do, as well as we want to do a more comprehensive survey of the public and the businesses. So we would have QR codes on the tables throughout the season, should that happen. And we will also get out the survey to people as well, directly send it to them. And the questions would be measuring outcomes instead of outputs. So on a scale of 1 to 5, how likely are you to recommend the Kirkwood closure or parklet to friends? How likely are you to visit again? How safe did you feel? Does this increase your feeling of community? And then from that, talking to the business owners more. There has also have been some issues with ADA compliancy for Kirkwood and the parklets. And so my lovely colleague Dee De La Rosa, she's going to work with engineering to monitor the ADA compliancy. In addition to that, she's going to talk to the businesses more about any pros, cons, issues, and gather more data from them directly about how the closures of the parklets are affecting them. So that'll happen more regularly should this happen this season. It'll be a periodic thing over the season, likely monthly, where we will directly talk to businesses and ask some of these questions, as well as the entire season have QR codes out on tables, and the entire season try to reach as many members of the public that we can with these specific questions I just said. That brings us also to beautification, how we're going to measure that. Again, the shared street conceptual design would take care of a lot of that issue, but since that's not happening yet, we would like to take this opportunity to again measure the things I've already mentioned with the vibrancy, and also just try out different things and see what works and include that in the surveys to the people and to the businesses to see what works and what doesn't. We've outlined, if you look at the resolution, you can see we've outlined some ideas for the businesses to do in the parklet. So it's just a matter of working with them on something that is affordable and also adds some sort of beautification. It's going to be hard to really determine that, but we just want to use this year again to collect some more feedback and try different things to see what works. And again, we're just going to look at that transportation plan and the comprehensive plan to really just see how we're meeting those goals for the whole city of Bloomington and how this pertains to that. So that being said, another thing that we want to make sure we do this year, how we would measure success, is that if we can get the ADA parking increased. So engineering put forth a plan last year to, again, around Kirkwood, expand the ADA parking spots, and one will definitely happen by April 1st. The rest of them, we would like to see that happen this year, so that'll be a measure of success if that happens. And then another one would be getting the shared street on the budget for next year. The conceptual design of the shared street on the budget for next year would be another thing that would measure our success if we're able to do that. And so more data is the parking data, thanks to Councilmember Volan. I'm going to turn it over to Dee De La Rosa, my colleague, to talk about that.
Hello, Dee De La Rosa, Small Business Development for ESD in City of Bloomington. I'd like to thank you, Council, for taking this time with us. In addition to the issues raised with the previous review of Resolution 2304, ESD has worked with Parking Services with assistance from Councilmember Volan to assess the impact of the closure of selected parking availability on Kirkwood Avenue and around the square. I will give you a brief overview of our findings and welcome Councilmember Volan to speak to specifics of the data after our overview.
And I'll note for folks here in the room, the clerk's office may be able to provide hard copies. We got these materials late today, so if there are any members of the public that want a copy, please check in with the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. The numbers in the first slide are provided to our department by Parking Services. Thank you, Michelle Wall. They reflect the annual combined net revenue of Park Mobile, IPS, which is Integrated Parking Services, and garages. I will note that I have rounded figures to the nearest dollar, and this does not reflect the revenue from citations. The sheet has several breakdowns and comparisons, but I'd like to focus on the table in the upper left corner. The table breaks down the annual net revenue from 2014 to 2022, segmenting the years as pre-COVID, COVID/state of emergency, and state of emergency ending in March or the first quarter. I have added the averages with 2020 considered and without 2020 below. If we compare the higher average without 2020 with 2021 and 2022, there is still a substantial underperformance in 2021, showing a loss of $1.8 million. This is likely due to the state of emergency causing limited capacity in public venues and many residents to work and attend classes remotely. 2022 marked the end of the state of public health emergency, and we see a substantial increase from 2021 of $407,491. In addition, the revenue for 2022 falls short of the higher average by only $22,980. The Bloomington of 2023 has evolved in several ways from the Bloomington of 2019. With the ability to work and attend school from anywhere, increased micromobility, and programs like Go Bloomington encouraging public and shared transportation, parking revenue will be impacted. Due to the many factors affecting parking, except for the pandemic, no one factor can be singled out as a primary cause for lowered revenues. However, the overall revenue recovery is on track to surpass the average income based on the past 9 years of data. However, there's a section we refer to as University Village. If we could move to, not the second sheet you were given, but maybe the third. That one, perfect. However, the section referred to as University Village has been slower to recover than citywide parking, but is quickly catching up to pre-pandemic numbers. We define University Village as the 100 and 500 blocks of East 4th, Kirkwood, and 6th, North and South 100 blocks of Washington, Lincoln, Grant, Dunn, and the 100 block of South Indiana, which is a total of 24 blocks out of 97. And just to note that there are more blocks included after 2019, but this is up to 2019. The blocks in University Village have recovered by 82% in comparison to all other blocks, 95% recovery when comparing 2019 to 2020, despite the Kirkwood closure and implementation of parklets. With that, I welcome questions from council and additional comments and information from Councilmember Volan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa. Councilmember.
Before you get into the data, let me just finish real quick. We'll hear out Councilmember Volan about the parking data, but I just want to say, to conclude a little bit before the questions, that based on all of this, our recommendation does remain the same. So the 2.5 blocks on Kirkwood being closed, as well as allowing the parklet program to exist basically the same with an added compliancy for ADA and beautification. The updated timelines pushed back about 2 weeks, but the program would still start on April 3rd. So I also want to note that there's a possible amendment that we have for you all, the option to keep the block outside of Lenny's, Indiana to Dunn. There is an optional amendment that you could keep that open. So that is on the table. But our recommendation is, for consistency's sake, and that we still believe that there's vibrancy and economic benefits, is to continue the program as last year with the shortened season, so from April to October 1st. And again, we want to have the conceptual design of the shared street getting back on track, and that would alleviate issues and provide a better solution to a lot of this. But using this year to gather that data and do more surveys, as I said before, and just being able to look at this year versus 2022, the first 2 years out of the pandemic where we don't have a public health emergency, we feel would be beneficial, especially since we'll be partnering now with Visit Bloomington, and we have these increased compliancy procedures with ADA and beautification. So again, our recommendation does remain the same. So thank you. And now, Councilmember Vullen, if you want to talk about the parking data, and then we'll be ready for questions.
Please do.
Thanks. If you could have that slide put up, the University Village slide. I want to sort of back up what both of them said about the data. It's important to not zoom into just the last 4 years, 2019 through 2022. So the bottom right, the percentages compare how that year did to the banner year of 2019. So the 29 in the bottom portion there, that's the white row is University Village. The gray row is all other blocks besides University Village, so the other 3/4 of the meter zone. And the bottom is the total revenue in the meter zone. The first thing I should say is that meter data does not necessarily economic performance make. There's a lot of different reasons why meter revenue goes up and down, but generally speaking, it's an indicator of progress. So in 2020, first year of the pandemic, revenue in University Village dropped to 50% of 2019. In the rest of the district, it was 57%, and across the whole city, it was 54%. These are not zero-sum percentages either. In 2021, University Village got back up to 68% compared to 82% for the rest of the city. And now University Village is at 82% of 2019 levels, and the rest of the city is at 95%. Now, or the rest of the meter zone. Now, it's also important to note that, again, there are several blocks that have been closed, and those blocks were in the top 10 for all revenue in the city. So one reason that University Village's numbers are down is because we closed blocks in 2020, 21, and 22. I lost a train of thought. So I lost a train of thought. So having said that, I would say that it is, generally speaking, that business is a little off in University Village based on these numbers. I just completely ran out of things to say, so I'm just going to, I have questions for later, but that's different from the, Oh, I was just going to say thanks to Michelle Wall for providing the data, which I've spent the past couple of days and nights crunching. It is a preliminary report. These numbers are not official. They have not been vetted by the Parking Commission. We just threw them together in an effort to ask the question, what's happening in the University Village overlay, and should we be concerned about the closure? In other words, we chose these 24 blocks because they surround the 3 blocks that have been closed to see if there has been any, to see how parking has been affected. People don't just not come to a block because the block is closed, they park around the corner. So we tried to capture that in this data. This is the best we could do. But it was done on very short notice with parking data that we've only gotten in the past few days.
And I will point out again, as Dee said, the variables, there's a lot. So I just want to point that out again. It's not just outdoor dining that's affecting these numbers necessarily. It's these other things, being remote, post-pandemic world, all these things. And the numbers have been steadily increasing. So it's, and I think we can also, we've said measure vibrancy from that as well. How many people are still going downtown and on Kirkwood. So I think we are ready for questions now. So thank you.
Okay, let's come to council for questions. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I'm confused. So I have this outdoor dining parking analysis document in front of me, and page 3 is what Councilmember Volin and Ms. De La Rosa were focusing on. What do these, so the revenue, so we only had a total revenue in 2022 of $2,208, or is this in thousands? Because then I look at page 2, and I have no idea what the difference is between page 2 and page 3, except that page 3 says revenues, and it's 2.2 million. So can you explain, are these units of measure different? Is it in thousands of dollars on page 3?
Can you zoom back out to the page that she's talking about? I think it's the previous page. That's not, is that what you're talking about? Or the one before that?
No, this one.
Okay, so I'm looking at my own.
So if you scroll to the right on this page, please, you'll see it's $2.2 million. And then on page 3, it's $2,208.
Right,
So
so
it must be thousands of dollars, I guess.
This chart says, it's just looking at the meters that, the metered blocks that were in place in 2019 and prior. Since 2019, parking has added several new, parking services has added several new lots and blocks that provide additional revenue. So the reason that the numbers don't match is that that is trying to hold steady to look at the prior 3 years before the pandemic to the current 3 years. So the numbers don't match because in the lower line, I included all revenue as opposed to revenue just in the blocks that existed in 2019. It was to try to get a more consistent, I mean, this bottom 3 rows just talks about performance with a baseline of 2019. So like I said, that's why this is not official. We're just trying to look at trends here, and generally speaking, what is the health of the economy as measured by parking. That's why I'm urging you not to you know, like, again, there were about $250,000 or so of revenue from sources that did not exist in 2019. Does that make sense?
Yes, and the big question
I'm sorry.
of the thousands has been pointed out on the screen, that parentheses 000S means thousands. Thank you.
I take it back. I forgot that I did this. Those 3 figures in the bottom thing are actually the average of the 3 years before the pandemic. So that's why those numbers are inconsistent. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Those are average figures for 2017, 18, and 19 together.
Oh, good to know.
But it's still the case that I tried to only measure the blocks that existed before the pandemic that were being metered. Sorry about that confusion. And sorry to you for not specifying.
Yes. Okay. Additional questions? Councilmember Rallo.
So I'm trying to determine, this concerns the Trinity Episcopal Church and the alleyway that is of concern because it is often blocked. But as you described it, extra spaces will be available to prevent this alleyway from being accessible to emergency vehicles. Is that correct?
It would, the church had an issue with accessibility and the alleyway getting clogged. And we believe, and maybe Dee should speak to this rather than me because she is the one that met with them, Grant Street and 4th Street had construction, and that's no longer happening, and that was the main cause of the clogging. And furthermore, their true ADA entrance is on Grant Street. So by providing at least another parking space there for ADA folks to park in, they liked that recommendation. I'll just go let Dee talk about this. There you go.
Hi, Dee De La Rosa, City of Bloomington. So after speaking to the Reverend at Trinity, what was imparted to me was that the ADA access, and I use quotes for that, at the alleyway is actually not up to code. Therefore, their true ADA access is the Grant Street access, which gets them straight into the building and into the elevator. The additional spaces provided, we actually, before even talking to parking or planning or engineering or anything, we had sat there and talked about it, and my first idea was, hey, what about that space on the Soma side at the corner, and come to find out that was already part of a grander scheme before I was even here. So approaching them with these ideas, we approached the Reverend with this idea. He went to the vestry, and overall, the congregation has blessed us with their support. So overall, between our department, engineering, planning, and the church, we feel that the ADA access on Grant Street will be enough.
Okay, so that's one concern. My main concern was the accessibility in case of fire for emergency vehicles in the alleyway behind the church. Is this a non-issue according to public safety? Do they have any concerns about that? Because it was mentioned by the church as problematic, and I wanted just to make sure that we weren't setting ourselves up for a problem there.
So we also talked to the fire chief about it, and let me find my notes. So they are neutral. The plan for the street closures as it is, how it's been for the last year, which is what we're proposing for this year, he said that we have worked on the plans to help minimize the impact to their operations for the closures. And they have found the current arrangement where the center of the street stays open to be a satisfactory compromise between providing fire protection and allowing the restaurants to have additional outdoor seating. So on Kirkwood, with the bollard system, they can remove that. So the alleyway is not really an issue for that. They can use Kirkwood. What was brought to our attention was more of the parishioners having trouble with like door dashers being in the alleyway too long and not letting them go up there, but with providing them with additional parking on Grant Street will alleviate some of that, as well as the construction on Grant Street and 4th Street not happening this year will make the flow of traffic much better. So we did talk to the fire chief, who said, again, that the current plans, they have like approved and thought about that with Public Works for all of those things, so.
If it satisfies Chief Moore, then it satisfies me.
And I will point out, they're pretty neutral on the closures as well. They don't, yeah, so.
Okay, I have another one in round 2.
Okay. Additional round 1 questions. Councilmember Smith.
Report, appreciate that. I didn't catch, when does we have an option of not closing Kirkwood from Dunn to Indiana. How do we, tell me about that. Will you say something more about that? Like, how do we select that option, or how do we vote for that option, or how do you put that in place?
Yes, in the original memo that the revised memo that we sent before the last time we met on the 15th, as you might recall, it says optional to remove the full block between Indiana and Dunn Street. We have an amendment written by our lawyers here at the city to just take that block out if you would choose to have it open. So it's a very simple process. We have it ready in case you so choose to do that. And then it would just be 1.5 blocks closed on Kirkwood rather than 2.5. That's the only change. And so the amendment just takes out that extra block. So it should be pretty easy.
With yeah? Okay, sorry. Yeah?
There were 2 amendments that staff had previously put together, administration staff had previously put together that were included in tonight's meeting packet. Neither of those, to my knowledge, have any sponsors, but if any council member wishes to move either of those amendments, those were included in the packet. I can display those. So those, as has been stated, those are prepared and are available if someone would wish to sponsor them.
And our recommendation is still for consistency's sake, to compare next year from last year in 2022, is to do the 2.5 closure, but there is the option and the amendment to do that, so.
Right, and my last comment on that is I'm happy to be a sponsor on removing Indiana to Dunn, or, no,
Yep,
to
that's the block.
Indiana Dunn
Yep,
on
that's
Kirkwood. That block, I'm happy to remove that and be a sponsor.
Councilmember Rowland? Additional round?
Yeah, I wanted to ask questions of Ms. Mottinger. So the data about bollards and parklets went by way too fast for me.
Okay,
So let me just,
sure.
so you said that to install bollards, the initial cost to acquire them and to put the sockets in the ground for them was $42,000 all the way up and down Kirkwood.
And that's per side, like, so that, it's, so per intersection, it's double that.
So that's per intersection?
Per intersection, so the numbers I were given is per, so it's 42 times 2, so it'd be the two sides of Kirkwood. So if you look at Kirkwood, it's just Kirkwood that's closed off, not like Grant Street, for instance. So there's only the two sides that have bollards. Each of those sides is a little over 42K.
Okay.
And so the intersection as a whole is almost 150K because we're timesing it by 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
you
Sorry
lost
to
me
be
again. So there are 3 blocks in question. There is the 500 block of East Kirkwood, which is Sample Gates to Dunn Street. And there's, how much did how much did it cost in bollards to close off that block?
What
you
is
see
the
why I'm
map?
confused.
So it's each, I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, thanks for the map.
Well, there's 6 or
So-
7 bollards that
Yes,
it takes
so
to block
there's
off a block.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. So it's 5 times 42,000, which is, I'm not a math
But
person.
so in other words, we only have bollards on one end of the 100 block of East Kirkwood because we're using Jersey barriers to block the other side. It's just the half block, right?
Yes, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, yeah, so there'd be 5.
Okay, but I mean,
And each of those 5 sections of bollards is 42K.
okay, but I mean, there was a 6th one installed so that all of that 100 block of East Kirkwood could be closed off for other
Right, so
issues, right?
that's another 42K.
Okay, so it's 42K per, so 84K per block to block it off.
Yes.
And you said
And
that.
that's just for the construction, and then, so that's just for the construction to put them in, and that's not including the cost of each bollard, which is $1,300.
Right, and then you need 6 or 7 each for those. And then you said the reinstallation.
Yes, the labor costs, it varies a lot, because if it's done on a Friday or Saturday, which is apparently typically what they do, then it's time and a half, so that puts the labor costs more at like $650
To install one
per hour.
$42,000 side.
Yeah, and then the lowest it could be is $185 per hour for the labor.
Okay. With the parklets, you said the orange Jersey barriers were $250 each,
$260 each, yes.
$260. And you said that it takes 54 hours and 2 workers to install them?
Yeah, approximately based on the past years, yes.
Okay, so that's the initial install. And
Yes.
that is how much?
$2,100.
$2,100 to install all the ones that we currently have, including parklets.
Yes, so that's just the labor cost, so, yeah.
Just the labor cost.
Yes, if
In
we're for the
addition, there is almost $4,000 to $6,000 a week just for the water to maintain the safety of the Jersey barriers against cars.
Yes, that's for the initial fill-up and then the maintenance for any leaks.
So it's $4,000 to $6,000 a week to check the water, not just to fill it up.
Yeah, because it says they spend about 3 to 4 hours per week to keep up with the barricades.
But I mean, that costs 3 to 4 hours a week costs $6,000?
And then there's like the crew, there's the crew cost that is in addition to that. So it's, I forget about, let me see. Let me find that. Let me try to be a little more clear,
Okay,
sorry.
get back to us when you figure that out. The last question I have is about your description of cost for the shared street. Like almost completely missed what you estimated. You said that the original estimation of making Kirkwood a shared street was in the millions, but could you be more specific about what it would cost to transform it?
I cannot because it hasn't ever been done. I've talked to planning transportation directly, and they didn't want to be quoted on this, but likely the conceptual design as well as the construction would be likely over $5 million, whereas even the conceptual design process could cost several million. I don't have hard numbers on that right now because,
Okay.
yeah, so.
No, that's fine. But just to finish fully understanding what you reported, planning and engineering were not enthusiastic about the idea of putting Jersey barriers down the middle of the street.
Right.
Can you go into that a little bit about why?
The risk, they did not like that. They believed that to have a true shared street, you need the actual true design for a shared street that's very pedestrian friendly. And just by putting bollards or orange Jersey barriers down the middle of the street does not necessarily provide that. You would need to rethink the whole design concept of that street to truly make it a shared street. And Dee?
Dee Dellers, the City of Bloomington. Also, by putting something down the center of the street, the way we have the outdoor dining set up right now, that center lane is essentially the fire lane. That's the emergency lane. So an emergency vehicle could go through. If we were to just put Jersey barriers down the center of that and also have the dining situation, it makes for a more dangerous situation because they can't be moved immediately. They're incredibly heavy because they're filled with water. So that center lane, the center between the two dining areas is essentially where an emergency vehicle would come through.
Okay, I don't think we're talking about the same street here because Kirkwood does not have a center lane. There are 2 lanes.
Well, just having the width, so cutting off the width of the actual street to just one lane as it is wouldn't work because a shared street, it's a level. So if you look at a true shared street, I was talking today with one of our colleagues, and she was saying that a true shared street it's pedestrian forward, and so part of that means it's very accessible, which means the street is level. It's all one level. There's not a sidewalk that has a step up, whereas you need like ramps for ADA accessibility. So because there's the sidewalk that's higher than the actual street, that isn't great for a shared street. In addition to that, because there's different levels, you're cutting off that middle section of the actual street of the 2 lanes. You're cutting that down the middle, so that leaves a narrower path that they think is riskier for fire and police and all of that, whereas with the bollards that are there now, or like parklets, you can drive right up to the orange barriers, you don't have to move them. The bollards you can move much easier than you can a Jersey barrier. The bollard system down the middle of the street just wouldn't work. It's one, very expensive, and also the idea would just be to actually fully move to a shared street and have that conceptual design and plan it so it's like all one level, there's more accessibility. It's also just not great right now. So a true shared street means someone in a wheelchair, for instance, can on any part of that street go into the outdoor dining area or go into a shop because it's all one level. So that's part of it, why it's just not going to work the current structure of Kirkwood just doesn't work for that between fire safety, pedestrian safety as well. So, and Public Works just doesn't want to, they don't want to do it for those reasons, as well as risk said it's too dangerous as it is. So yeah.
Oozed into round 2 here, so I'd like to give someone else a chance too.
Thank you.
Additional round 2 question. Councilmember Rollo?
Yeah, well, maybe this is better suited if an amendment comes, but maybe just as a segue, could you describe, there's been a negative impact, as I gathered, on the bicycle garage. They note that, it's affecting their business negatively. What have you worked with them? And have you been able to mitigate effects, or tell us a little bit about that?
So talking to the manager and one of the owners, their main concern was the alleyway getting clogged up with delivery vehicles. One of the things that I said is that I would propose to City Council that there's an option to leave that block outside their business from Indiana to Dunn, leave it open to traffic as normal, which would alleviate the burden. We've listened to their concerns and as well about the alleyway being clogged and that being the main impact, and they want better traffic flow as well in addition. So yes, so that's the only solution we have is to potentially not open that block, but we don't have substantial evidence besides what they've said, which we believe that it's, causing them to have an inconvenience in their alleyway with door dashers and like restaurant delivery trucks. If the block would be closed, or the Kirkwood block outside their business from Indiana Dunn would be closed, we would like to assess the situation more and see what to do about that problem. Again, is it having more ADA spots? Is it having limited parking spots? Pickup drop-off zones are unfortunately not super feasible, but that is something that we can go forth and figure out. But we did really want to listen to what they were saying and how it impacted them. But yeah, there wasn't enough time in the last 2 weeks to assess the situation any further than provide the option for the block closure, and just know how they feel about it to be able to work with them in the future and find those solutions like we did with Trinity Church. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah.
So is the alleyway behind them that runs from Indiana to Dunn,
Yes.
is that going to remain open?
It is. So utility work will be happening next year, but that is not happening this year, so it would be open.
Okay, so that is accessible.
Yeah, so it would be accessible. There's no,
All right.
if there would be an impact, there would be a different story. I'd not be up here right now telling you this because obviously that would be kind of impossible for those businesses, but that is not the case this year.
Okay. I anticipate further questions, but I'll wait for, I guess, a motion
Yeah.
amendment.
Additional round 2 questions. Councilmember Flaherty, then Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I just wanted to follow up on that alley point and make sure I'm understanding correctly as well, which we're talking about the alley that runs east-west between Indiana and Dunn to the north side of Bicycle Garage, right?
Yes, it's behind the Von Lee,
Okay.
where that IU parking lot is.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm a little surprised, I guess, to hear that it gets blocked because it's 2 car widths wide, like it's 24 feet wide, like really more like a street in most cases. So I would hope it would be fairly exceptional that 2 delivery vehicles are parked side by side, doubly blocking an alley from both directions.
Yes, that's why we haven't been able to assess the situation, which is why, again, we would love for the recommendation this year to be the 2.5 blocks being closed, so we can further assess the situation and see the actual problems and work with them on seeing what the issues are, because it's not closed right now, so we can't do a study on that or see the actual problems. And we talked briefly with them, so it's also sitting down and talking it out with them and trying to, figure out some solutions to this. And which is why I think ideally what we're also recommending is to do this again this year for that consistency and vibrancy, but also to say a shared street and putting that in the budget and having a conceptual design moving forward would alleviate a lot of these issues, because that would allow for a better flow of traffic with deliveries and whatnot, as well as have a safe space for pedestrians to actually move about on Kirkwood. So that really is the answer here, is that shared street. Yeah, go ahead. No. Please talk.
In the near term, in terms of mitigating, challenges for that particular business, with regard to the alley from the north, I would think that the more street-like width access from both ends would give staff flexibility to help mitigate those challenges. Whatever they end up being, as you actually, if and how you see this, you're actually. if we're moving forward with that closure on that portion of Kirkwood anyway, and you're able to actually troubleshoot that with them, do you agree that that flexibility will help you all, like, to accommodate? Sorry, the flexibility of a wider street access from both sides. Like, I want to make sure I'm not wrong in assuming that that is helpful in mitigating alley blockage issues.
Yeah, yes, it's, as we were trying to, assess these situations, we talked to them yesterday, two of the manager and one of the owners, and learned this. So it's hard to say. I mean, we obviously we don't take lightly people's issues with this, like the church, for instance. We really do want to find these solutions. So I will say that that's the only business that I know of right now that has that particular problem with that alleyway being clogged. Not to say that that's not true or anything, but it's a concern that we care about. That alleyway is 2 lanes. There's 2 ways of traffic for that. So, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes, you mentioned that you were going to get feedback by, for example, by having QR codes on the tables outside and talking to the businesses and staying in touch about the parklets and ADA compliance there. I wonder, though, how you would gather input from people about whether or not the closure of Kirkwood and the addition of parklets prevents people from going downtown. I mean, if they're not there to fill out a survey, how would you know that? And related to this, have you talked at all with the Council on Community Accessibility about the outdoor dining program?
So for your first point, we believe that parking also helps show the vibrancy of the downtown. And sorry, I think I keep not talking to the microphone. We believe that the parking data and further studies of that will help show the vibrancy and how many people are going downtown. So I think that'll be, the more we can analyze that and collect from this year, if the program should happen again, will help us compare to 2022 and see how those numbers are compared to, again, pre-pandemic, pre-COVID. So that will help us analyzing that and seeing like how many people are coming downtown, and if they can't park on Kirkwood, what does the parking data say? Do they go on the other blocks that maybe significantly haven't had as much, have made as much in revenue in the last years? Has that gone up? Just seeing that, because we do truly believe that if someone can't go on Kirkwood, they are going to park on 4th Street, 6th Street, or the garage, or elsewhere. So again, it's just analyzing that parking data to see how that looks. And again, really being able to compare this year to last year, because these 2022, again, there was no, last summer during this season of this program, there was no public health emergency, and that would be the case for this year. There's no public health emergency, so these 2 years would be ideal to like compare that parking data to see how many people are coming downtown and what the revenue is. So that will help. The other thing is we talked to Michael Shermis, who is a strong advocate in person for the ADA issues, and we really do believe that the plan that engineering put forth to increase the ADA parking around Kirkwood would be sufficient, as well as a shared street idea. If we can get a conceptual design, that really does truly have a lot of the answers, because that would be very accessible. But more ADA parking, which I think regardless of this program, would hope to see, could definitely be a solution. So we are looking to that, and then we are going to work with Michael Shermis in engineering to make sure Dee will monthly go to the businesses who have Kirkwood outdoor dining during the closure, and also the parklet owners, and make sure it's truly accessible, following those like legit legal guidelines on what is accessible, so that won't slip through the cracks. I hope I'm answering your question. I'm sorry, it's so late, I'm a little tired.
No, I appreciate it. I just have one follow-up. So,
yeah.
I'm sure most people recognize that some people who drive, they may drive themselves, but not be able to walk at any sort of distance from the business they're trying to patronize. So do you think that you will be able to, like, how would you gain that feedback? You know, if they come and there's an ADA space, but it's a block away, and for them, that makes it inaccessible to go to that business.
I'm not sure that Mr. Lucas has the map of the proposed new ADA spots that engineering put forth, because actually, yes, that would still be partially an issue perhaps, but where the spots are pretty ideally located to help ease that still. And I think it would be then assessing where are the true ADA compliant entrances of the businesses. For instance, Trinity Church, that's on Grant Street. They're on a corner, of course, but so seeing where those entrances are would be helpful. But engineering did that whole study on where they suggest better and more ADA parking should be. I'd have to find the map, but I am happy to send that to you to see what the proposed ADA parking would be, and I think that would help alleviate it. As for getting more info from those folks and how it affects them, I think what we want to do is be talking to people like Michael Shermis or the commission, and just talking to members of the public, and not just doing the QR codes, but really having targeted, making sure we're having a diverse group of people answer this survey. And that definitely includes people with accessibility needs. So just trying to get that, we can build in a question specifically about that in the survey, or create a new survey for that. But really just actually trying to have that community engagement and reaching those folks, little elbow grease and trying to figure that out. But yeah. So, and just also working with our colleagues that are experts on that, or the commission, to make sure people's voices are being heard on it, that we can address the issues, which is again why I think the shared street would be an answer to that, because that is really, it's so accessible for pedestrians. And so yeah, it's kind of, this year would be a great year to gather that info and see how it affects people in a more thoughtful way, with more actual data points that we're looking at, the movement, and trying to reach those folks that haven't been reached out to before. So yeah, that can involve commissions. And yeah, so hope that answers your question. But that's a great, I mean, we really do appreciate these concerns that you're bringing up, because it's a very important topic. So we do want to make sure those folks feel like they can still enjoy downtown.
Yeah, maybe the Commission on Aging as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
But additional round 2 questions? If not, I'll take a turn. Round 2? Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you everyone for the discussion too. I especially appreciate your focus on measures of success, because I think we pushed that pretty hard last week. If this year if we are to provide another year to do this research, and it's gone well, how would we know? You briefly mentioned something called Rockport Analytics. Could you talk more about their capabilities and their methodology? We kind of skimmed right through that, but I think, if I understand it correctly, I think what they do is kind of interesting.
Yes, and I'm not going to be an expert on this because it's Visit Bloomington's using them. They chose them. It's using it's data from like cell phones and how people move around, and gathering that info to see where they're going and how they're using the downtown. So it's something like that. I can't speak to anything super specific. Do you know, Dee? Maybe Dee can elaborate.
Dee Del Rosa, City of Bloomington. So what we've gathered from Visit Bloomington is that the data, or the software that they have, can collect data of general movement. So say you park downtown near Dunkirk Square, it won't say exactly where you are, but it will show that there is a person there. So it's very, very general kind of data. At least this is what I'm understanding. So we can see like concentrations of people and flow of people. and general quantities of people, but no personal data to that effect. Yeah, but just very, very general things. So, we're still working with them to figure out some kind of partnership in using this data to help them see how the downtown area is doing, and also help us out in figuring out what we can improve for the downtown area, and specifically for the outdoor dining program, but just in general to help small businesses of all kinds downtown.
Thank you. If there is more information available on that, I'd be interested in seeing
Absolutely.
what exactly that does and what exactly that tracks. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add, thanks for bearing with us. We can definitely get more specific. We had the 2 weeks, so it's we're trying our best to answer all of this. And so that is something that, like Dee said, the partnership between, we will know more once we start to work with Mike over there and everyone. But yeah, I'm just going to go on.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Are there additional round 2 questions? If not, I'd like to suggest we allow public comment now before going to round 3. Any objections? Yes.
Follow up on my previous ones that I wanted to go before we do an amendment.
Okay.
So the one question
Please
I
do.
have is, for months on end, we close streets for construction projects. In a way, this isn't that different. Why is it that those construction projects aren't, are they using concrete barriers as opposed to water barriers? Do we not have access to concrete barriers where we could make one lane closed for constructing an economy as opposed to a building?
I think that, and we're still, this is still in reference to Kirkwood and putting barriers down the center. And to clarify before, I wasn't saying that there was already a center lane, but the outdoor dining that is created kind of creates a lane in between.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if we were to put something heavy, such as concrete or the water-filled barriers, that essential lane is blocked and emergency vehicles cannot get through. I think that this is, it's not wide enough for them to take any one side to get through. So I think that this is,
If we created Jersey barriers to create a lane specifically for cars to get through, why wouldn't an emergency vehicle be able to get through that same lane?
The Jersey barriers are too heavy. The bollard system was put in on Kirkwood because it's much easier and faster for them, whereas it takes way too much time for them to move the orange Jersey barriers. I will add, for construction, I do believe they use the orange Jersey barriers. Also, more orange Jersey barriers, doing that for a whole season that long down the middle would probably mean we'd have to buy more. I don't think that's in the budget, so that just opens up a whole other can of worms on the probability. And still there's that, again, the risk, safety, that it's for such a, it's from April to the end of September. So there's just a lot of issues with that that's not just about compared to construction, it's these other things. In construction zones, pedestrians aren't trying to cross the street or eat outside. So, there's usually just cars or people maybe crossing an intersection, but again, it's just like a different concept here that the city departments don't feel comfortable with doing currently.
Sure.
And it's very expensive as well.
The cost of a shared street is significant, far higher than this. So if you're saying we don't have it in the budget to do.
Well, this year, because we're talking about a program for this year. The budget passed last year. I don't know I can't really speak to the budget and say like, yes, we can, buy more stuff this year, perhaps next year. But again, it's not just the cost of the barriers. It's having a conceptual design that meets all the standards we want to meet when we're talking about a true shared street. And by just putting anything down the middle of the lane doesn't make it a shared street, is what I'm trying to say.
How long do you anticipate it would take to build a shared street in the way that you think it should be? How many years?
That's a
It's
great
not going to be next
question.
year.
No, but we could have a conceptual design next year. So again, it's I know what you're saying to try to alleviate some of the issues on that block, but we truly believe the only answers are leaving it fully open or leaving it fully closed. It's just going to be the best way to handle the current, to keep everyone safe. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further questions before we go to public comment? Okay. But for anyone in chambers who would like to offer public comment, please approach the podium. Mr. Lucas, could you extend the invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes, if there are members of the public that would like to comment on Resolution 2304, please let us know by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You can find that in your control bar by clicking the reactions button or the more button. You can also send us a chat to let us know you'd like to speak.
Thank you. Welcome. If you would, please state your name for the record, and then, let's say 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Mike Klingy. I'm the owner of the Orbit Room downtown on the square. We have had a parklet the 2 times that the parklet program has come out. It honestly, the first time it saved us, we would only been in business 1.5 years before we had to shut down completely. And come August, we were allowed to have some parklet there so we could actually retain staff and bring some people back. This last parklet program, we were asked to become ADA compliant, which we were the only parklet in Bloomington that was. We built a deck so it was completely flush with the sidewalk. It made a really nice little area to hang out and sit outside. It didn't seem like it was just some tables in the middle of the street. And it also saved us from being able to build back as a business. I mean, going into this year, we may be where we should be in our 3rd year, and even though we're in our 5th. And the thought of the parklets not being out there, one, it's sad because the downtown area is beautiful. We're in a basement, so we can never be completely ADA compliant unless we have the parklet, which we built to be ADA compliant. We had so many people ask us, actually, because we were 21 and over originally, if their kids could sit outside with them. And we actually became all ages because of that. We went through all the stages to do that. And so we've actually been able to offer kids shows and all kinds of fun things that take place in the business, not on the parklet. But I mean, it's a realistic that we probably wouldn't be able to continue to be all ages if we don't have the parklet, because all ages is built completely about how much you sell in food. You need to be open a certain amount of hours per day to sell a certain amount of food, like lunch. Like, we aren't open at lunch now. We plan on launching lunch next month, somewhat dependent on if the parklets are going to happen, but in general, we want to take a shot at it. Yeah, it's just been amazing to be able to have a street side view of a business that's kind of tucked away. I don't really know what people's thoughts of why not to do it. I park downtown 3 to 4 times a day, 6 days a week, and very rarely am I less than a block away. I guarantee you neither of the garages have been full, and I mean, the new one's never been full, but in general, there's plenty of parking around. And I think there's even better ways that we could make the parklets look more attractive to people, and kind of see what kind of downtown Bloomington do we want? Do we want to see people dining and having fun, especially over the summer when it is harder to, there aren't all the students here, but we expect tourists to come into town and to be able to experience our downtown by just simply walking around. I mean, I don't think our quality of life shouldn't be dependent on parking in front of the place that you're trying to visit. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Not that I see, no.
Okay, let's go to our next comment here in chambers. Welcome.
Yes, this is Galen Cassidy. I work at the Uptown Cafe. Was here last meeting. Appreciate the time again and the consideration. All the questions you raised last time were very valid, and appreciate the work the city's done to answer that. Particularly interested in what they want to do around data collection to see if this is something we want to move forward beyond even this season. And I just want to express that we're more than happy to participate in any way for that data collection. But I definitely want to stress something that I think can get overlooked as we talk about all this data we can collect, is again about how the outdoor dining, the Kirkwood closure really makes people feel. You know, in the hospitality industry, we're tasked with, in restaurants and businesses, really all aspects of life is how we make people feel. And I think the outdoor dining is the way, in particular on Kirkwood, the way that this community can continue to connect together and really attract people, particularly in the summer months when we have this closed, where small businesses need a little extra help when the traffic of the university is down. We need that community. We need that sense of community that we can provide in our own businesses. But being out in Kirkwood and dining or frequenting retail shops on Kirkwood provides that community that I think we're missing right now. So in all this talk about data collection, I think is very important and should be done. I just want to make sure that's not lost, and again stress that myself and other businesses, as we meet, monthly at the Kirkwood Community Association, we're happy to continue to work together to provide that data that we want to collect, but also just provide the experience that all of our guests are experiencing on a day-to-day basis, whether it's problems with accessibility or parking, but also just how they're feeling about everything. So thank you for your time again. I just wanted to express that today, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Next comment here in chambers.
When you did this a year ago, you asked significant questions about parking and studies and analysis. You got partial answers that night. Now we're a year.
Please identify yourself.
I'm sorry, my name's Mike Carmen. Thank you. Sorry. So we're a year later, and you haven't asked those same questions again, and we have a rush to data. And if you could make sense of that data because you've had a chance to work with it, great. Seeing it tonight, it was not available. I go on, I print the package that you have, supposedly, I thought, but there's missing things there. So I can't make sense of what you received tonight. I hope you can. But this is wrong. I said it again. I said it last year. I'm going to say it again. Bloomington is more than Kirkwood. It is not government's role to benefit a handful selected restaurants at the damage of other businesses. And this does harm other people. The parking does not disappear if they can't park on Kirkwood. It takes another space in front of another business. They don't just disappear. Where's your data? Where's your analysis of all these outside diners? Are they walking and biking to get there? No. They're driving there, parking someplace else in front of another business, pushing parking away from that business. And it hurts. We've been downtown for 9 years. We're on the second floor of a building. I'm really tired of the growing number of people, I'm sorry, call them lazy if you want, who complain about how far they have to go to find a parking space to get into my office. Now, that's not every hour of the day, but it's enough, and it's a recurring problem, and it's getting worse. You've already taken all the parking off of 7th Street. You've already closed Town now on Kirkwood again. The parklets take away other parking. You're pushing all the parking away. If you want Bloomington to be nothing but restaurants, taverns, and students, then just say so, because that's what you're doing. That's what you're pushing for. You're pushing everybody else out. The bigger problem I have with this, it is not government's role to benefit a few businesses at the harm of others. I'm tired of hearing that word. I'm sorry. That's a buzzword. It seems to be a sacred word in this conversation, but I'm going to lose out time here before I even get started. But in the 2 years that this stuff's been going on, where have you reached out to any other business other than Kirkwood and say, we will give a public subsidy to ensure that you survive or to help you thrive? I hope the Uptown thrives. I object to their thriving at the expense of others. You have not gone to College Mall and said, Mr. Mall operator, we will rent parking spaces so the restaurants in your mall can have outside dining. You've not gone to any other business location and said, we will publicly subsidize your survival and your thriving here. Only on Kirkwood and only for 4 or 5 restaurants. That's wrong. That's not government's role. You should not be operating to benefit a few at the harm of others. And I object to this, continue to do this, and I see now it's only going to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmen. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes. We have Polly Terracone.
confirm your name for the record, please? And then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Paulie Terracone. I've lived in Bloomington about 10 years. I just want to give first my thanks to the city staff as well as council for all the planning that's going into this effort and the important questions being raised by council. I am a very staunch supporter of this move for Kirkwood. I think it's not only great for the businesses that live there, I think it's great for the people of Bloomington as a whole. Nobody goes down to Kirkwood and thinks, wow, look at all these cars. They're excited to be at these businesses. They're excited to see other people. They're excited to study or engage with the library and the other wonderful things that make Bloomington, Bloomington. The downtown of Bloomington, as we all know, is the economic engine of this city. And any ways that we can encourage that to thrive in more deep and creative ways will only make us more fortified as a city moving forward, not just in ways financial, but in ways ecological. As the climate crisis continues to escalate, the need for bold and decisive improvements to our infrastructure will be more and more critical in urgent fashion. And on the notes of parking, there is plenty of parking in this city, and not just parking, but there are plenty of people that walk, plenty of people that bike, myself included. Most of the time, I don't bother trying to drive into downtown Bloomington because it's way more human scaled when you're out as a human being and not just a motorist. I think that it's better for small scale merchants, creative ways, and that's exactly what this program is doing, not just for restaurants, but also for even more small scale street merchants. And there's way more opportunity for parklets to reflect the lived experience of Bloomingtonians in the actual urban fabric when it is not dominated by cars. And I think if we can continue to look at these opportunities for the urban fabric to reflect the identity of people who live here, Bloomington will not only become that much more stable, it will be that much more welcoming and a place that people actually want to stay. Thank you all for your time, and thank you all for your effort.
Thank you, Mr. Terracone. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, we have Renee Miller.
Okay. If you would, please welcome, please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Renee Miller. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight on this issue, but a couple people have raised some really good things. The one business owner, I'm concerned that nobody's reached out to other business owners except for those on Kirkwood. So that's something right there, and I'd like to see some outreach in that direction across the city. But aside from that, on the closure of Kirkwood, has anyone thought about having a paratransit system for those that cannot access even short walks? So we have more accessibility. I have several people that I know who haven't been able to access downtown since those closures have been taking place in the last couple of years. I do think paratransit might be the answer to that. Now, who gets that cost added on to them? I'm not sure. It's probably the businesses. The city isn't going to want to take on that cost. But I think we've seen it with the hospital. They have shuttle systems. You know, the people take you to your to the parking lot. So something like that, a revolving, maybe electric golf carts or something like that, to give rides to people that cannot get to the businesses without that sort of thing. Just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Additional comment here in chambers? Okay. Welcome. If you would, please share your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Lucas, do we have others on Zoom?
Not that I see, no.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Evening. My name is Bob Costello. I'm here as president of Kirkwood Community Association. I want to address some of the things that were brought up tonight before I make the statement for the Kirkwood Community Association. And I apologize, but I have a head cold, so not at the best moment. Over the past year, when you're looking at parking data, there have been a number of construction projects around Kirkwood. There's been the Big Dig 2 that took out all of Grant Street, took out all of the alleyway. There was also the construction or deconstruction of the Poplars building, which closed Grant as well, closed Dunn, closed 6th Street for an amount of time as well. So that will affect your parking data. The amendment and resolution that's in front of you has been vetted by numerous businesses in the Kirkwood area, by both DBI and by KCA. The area that you're talking about from, excuse me, Indiana to Dunn has more than Bicycle Garage on that street. Every business on that street was asked and surveyed, and Bicycle Garage, to my understanding, was the only opposition on that portion of the street. To Mr. Carmen's comments about benefiting the few, I disagree with that statement, and I agree with the statement that was made by the person online that this benefits the entire community. Maybe not fiscally for everybody, but I would like to point out, as a restaurant owner, our kitchen is only a certain size. Adding 80 seats out front doesn't make me thrive. In fact, we have to usually take the number of seats out of the restaurant on the inside in order to service the outside. So we're not financially benefiting from it. We're actually doing this, and not entirely in altruism. I don't know if that's the correct word, use of the word, but apologize. It's not just for our own benefit here that we're doing this. It's actually kind of a hassle. You have to hire more people, you have to walk further, you have to provide customers service out there. But as Kaylin said, we're in the hospitality industry. This is what our customers are asking for. The survey that was given out by DBI had 1,000 people respond to it, and over 60% wanted Kirkwood closed. So I don't think that you guys are benefiting just the 5 restaurants that are on the street. Trax had the best year they had ever had in sales. Greetings had the best year. Both of those owners support the closure. As people come down to use Kirkwood, they start walking around. Last point I need to make for the police is this is a 24/7 area. We're not talking about the public safety issues, and by closing the street, we are providing a more safe environment from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Additional comments on Zoom? Additional comments here in chambers? Welcome. If you would share your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Need to sterilize this. Suzanne Aquila. Hi, my name is Sue Aquila. I own Bloomington Bagel Company and Dunn Park Apartments. I've watched the back alley for 26 years. We do not have a problem with 2 lanes being blocked back there, ever. And in fact, I've really admired our supply companies, the alcohol distribution companies. They've really worked to coordinate how they deliver things, especially when the road closure is occurring. And they've been very kind to not park in front of our building when the outdoor seating is in place. So people are conscious of these areas and how they're being used and trying to not block businesses and other community movement through the area. The pandemic's been hard on retail. Because of your commitment during the pandemic, I believe our retail thrives downtown. So many places lost so many businesses because the community was not willing to commit to help everyone to stay open. And as much as we want to say it's going great, we're still all recovering. And people still want safe places to go. Recently, they said card swipes in offices are down 50% from the pandemic. People aren't working in offices. People are working remotely. They're calling into the meetings remotely. The outdoors gives people a safe, vibrant place to gather where they want to be, seen and see other people. The Grand Falloon last year surprised all of us, had great success because the downtown was closed. That's going to be a huge event again this year. That last half block that we're talking about, I really think we need to think about the downtown as a boulevard, like they're closing streets in Paris and other cities throughout the country. We have to start thinking about that transition from the university to the downtown. And it's unfortunate we keep doing this every year. This should be a multi-year approval so we can continue to grow it, so we can raise grant money to turn it into a boulevard, so we can really make it a vibrant part of this community. Please note, too, we have abundant parking. IU is very generous and lets us use all the lots around the BBC on the weekends. It's open to the public. Last year, the Poplars parking wasn't open to the public because of the construction. This year it is. During the weekdays now, no problem getting parking on 6th Street and the adjacent streets. On the weekends, no problem getting parking in the IU lots. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Aquila. Additional comments here in chambers or on Zoom? Mr. Lucas? Anyone
Not that
on
I
Zoom?
see, no.
Okay, in which case, let's come back to council for additional questions. Councilmember Volan.
To move Amendment 1 to this ordinance.
Second.
Okay.
So the amendment would take the 500 block of East Kirkwood out of the program. I am not an enthusiastic mover of this amendment. I'm very ambivalent about it. I'm doing it because I think the conversation that we've been having tonight, we need to address this specific point. So, like, I mean, I honestly, I mean, it pits two longtime businesses against each other. One of them is a restaurateur, one of them is a non-restaurant retailer. And there's a lot of great comments that have just been made now about what role should Kirkwood play, especially that block. I will say that I have never been supportive of IU closing 7th Street, even to bus traffic like they did at the auditorium. And I would not have favored IU closing Kirkwood, which they did to put the sample gates in. That connectivity is an important aspect of our traffic pattern. Now, having said that, a lot of people know that I'm not the biggest fan of cars, but you know, again, I have seen, I think it's really the most encouraging thing that's happening right now is that there is this interesting collective movement towards the idea of Kirkwood as a shared street. Like, I'm excited about that, and my biggest concern with it is how soon can we get it done? It clearly can't be done in time to address these issues in the next couple of years. If we have a shared street and a car can crawl through it a few miles an hour, then there's still access to businesses, but it is truly a street where everyone, right down to an adolescent, somebody pushing a stroller with an infant, feels no less comfortable. And that should be the goal for this street that is one of the most important streets there is. But I'm particularly concerned about next year. If the CBU project that will close down the alley closes down the alley and Kirkwood is closed in the 500 block, there is no right-of-way access to that business. And I just anticipate a lawsuit. So I want to have the discussion now, even though I'm not particularly enthusiastic about it. And I also want to cite at some point an additional bit of data that leads me to think about this, which is roughly that the restaurants are recovering, but we have another indicator besides parking data of restaurant performance, and that's the food and beverage tax. The most recent report, the January 2023 report, I did some math, and I take the report that the auditor issues, and I divide the number of restaurants that are reporting by the total amount of tax they're reporting. In 2019, the baseline figure for restaurants was $824 paid per restaurant per month in 2019, in the month of January. In the month of January 2020, that number was $854, it was up about 4%. In January 2021, in the depths of the pandemic, that number dropped to $734, which is an 11% drop over 2019. But in 2022, it's rebounded, and now in January 2022, it went up to $918 per restaurant. In January 2022, that's an 11% increase over 2019. And in January 2023, the most recent report, it's $989 per restaurant, or a 20% increase over 2019. I've looked at the figures for July as well, and they show a similar increase. In July of 2022, the average restaurant paid $992 in tax, which was 21% over 2019 levels. So what this tells me is the restaurants are definitely recovering. Now, we don't have data for non-restaurateurs because they're not being charged through food and beverage tax. And it's reasonable to say that the food and beverage tax itself is an additional burden on restaurants, although its end goal was another issue that we're not going to discuss tonight, the convention center and the like. But the restaurants are doing pretty well. In this block, Lenny's has expressed their relative ambivalence to it. They would rather not use parklets. They don't think it's worth their trouble. It is a fine enhancement to their business, but if it gives a non-restaurant existential concern, I think we need to debate it. So, again, I'm truly ambivalent this. I'm putting it out there because I want to hear this discussion from my colleagues. I'm not even sure that I'll be more than an abstaining voter on it. I just wanted to put it forward. And I know that Councilmember Smith, who seconded it, feels strongly about it. So with that, I'm happy to address questions, but I would like to ask staff for their reaction before.
I'd like to give Councilmember Smith as co-sponsor or a chance to comment as well. And then Councilmember Alla.
I talked to Lenny's and I went into the bicycle garage and chatted with those folks, and it seems like Lenny's would like it, but they weren't really so wholeheartedly thinking that it was that necessary. And then it took me a half hour to find a parking spot when I went to see the bicycle garage folks. I circled the block, I circled the block, I circled the block. I couldn't find any place. It was during the week, during the weekday. And the alley was jammed up kind of with two big box trucks. So in that area, it was really challenging. And so I feel for, the small business, the local business. So it seems like this is a good compromise that, okay, so the wonderful businesses on the other side of Kirkwood that are really doing well on that. I think it's great. Love the Uptown and all the things they do. And so why don't we just take that part out? The city can work on a shared street or helping mitigate the problem with the alleyway behind the bicycle garage, and help the business owners out. I have no doubt, they feel burdened by it. So it seems like this is kind of a good halfway, compromise with everybody. So anyway, that's my comments on it, as well as I love the Orbit Room.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Well, I'd like to hear from staff, but my question was, perhaps you could respond to this. Besides Lenny's, do any of the other restaurants utilize the space? I haven't observed it, but...
Yeah, not last year, no. It was just Lenny's.
So it's only Lenny's, and they don't want parklets. They want their tents to occupy essentially half the width of the
Yes,
street.
they have a larger setup than the parklets allows, so that's why they told us that they prefer the closure, and they would not do a parklet. So that's just the facts I'm presenting you.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Additional
But-
question?
oh, Can I,
Oh, yes.
can I also add to my answer to Councilmember Rallo? In addition to that, to say it's not, we obviously very much care about what the businesses of all kinds think, which is why we would like to take this year to do a more comprehensive study, and definitely not just retail or restaurants, but all businesses along the square in Kirkwood. But in addition to that, just to shed some more light on why we recommended that block closure, for consistency, and even if the businesses, not all the businesses partake, there's still the consistency that has happened for the last few years, as well as it's pedestrian safe. So it's not just about economic benefits, but that is one aspect we believe that this helps. But I know vibrancy sounds like a buzzword potentially, but quality of life is a real thing, and sustainability is a real thing, and the city of Bloomington's vision and goals pertain to that. So making more pedestrian-safe places with a full block closure is also part of it. So if we have to consider all of the measures. It's not just about one business, but it's about the whole of the community and where we're trying to go as a community. And so more pedestrian-friendly places, a shared street, these things we need to work towards and have our community expect, and again, gather more comprehensive data that we've outlined to show that we care and we want to make informed decisions. It's just, yeah, and especially post-COVID, now that we're out of a public health emergency. Can't stress that enough. So just wanted to fully answer the question that it's a lot to do with just the community as a whole, and not just economics. And that really does matter. I think we're all seeing that post-COVID, that our quality of life really matters, and sustainability. I won't bring up scooters, but, bicyclists, people walking, people are using alternate transportation methods. And the city's trying to also push that as well. So anyway, I'm going on now. I'll stop talking.
Additional questions on Amendment 1? Or comments? Actually, let's go to the public for comment on Amendment 1. Then, for those in council chambers, if you would like to make a comment on Amendment 1, please approach the podium. Mr. Lucas, can you extend our invitation on Zoom, please?
Yes, if there are members of the public on Zoom that would like to comment on this amendment, please let us know by using the raise hand feature, by clicking the reactions tab or the more tab in your control bar, or sending a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak.
Are there any comments here in chambers? I'm not seeing any. Yes, welcome. Please share your name for the record again, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Bob Costello, and I just wanted to make a comment back to Steve regarding your data comparing the restaurant tax.
Please address the chair rather than an individual, but by all means,
sure,
please
I'll
go
just
ahead.
share. So between 2019 and 2022, there's a substantial increase in raw goods, costs, supplies, labor, and restaurants. So if you've been going to restaurants between 2019 and today, the cost of your item has gone up. And I would say most of the restaurateurs here would agree. Not to also mention that if you've gone by any of the fast food restaurants in town, they are doing a bang-up business since 2019, and their sales have skyrocketed as consumers' patterns have changed, purchasing patterns have changed. So although it may look on a whole that restaurants are thriving from 2019 to 2022, if you would really drill down on that data, it's a very specific part of the business or type of restaurant business that's thriving. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then going back to this amendment, and it's not restaurateur against retailer, I just want to clarify that. I don't have a beef with Bicycle Garage. But what we're trying to do, and we have been doing the KCA as well as DBI and with the city, is we're trying to keep things as as congruent or the same, similar year by year, so that if we're going to do a study, that we're actually studying the same thing. So if we start carving up the street and doing different closures, the data that we're going to have in our study is not going to be accurate. We're not comparing apples to apples. And I realize that this whole city is dynamic and that area is very dynamic, but it does make it very different if you're going to say this street's going to be closed from this street to this street this year, but it hasn't been for the last 3 years, but then we're going to study the parking data, the meter data for that time. That's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Not that I see, no.
Additional comments here in chambers on Amendment 1? Welcome. Please share your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Kopic, Downtown Bloomington, Inc. I did want to just clarify, because we did go around and talk to all the businesses in that particular block. Urban Outfitters and the Underground T-shirts were supportive, and they're retailers. Interestingly enough, the restaurants Potbelly and Noodles were not supportive, and it's because they do a lot of like delivery type activity with the people coming through, and but they weren't passionately not supportive. But I did want to just clarify that. So, thank you.
Any additional requests on Zoom? Any additional requests here in chambers?
We have a hand raised on Zoom now. Polly Terracone.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Terracone. If you would, please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Polly Terracone. Yeah, and I'd like to just echo a lot of the same sentiments that were said a little bit earlier, that the lack of continuity with that amendment feels a little bit more obstructive than it does like a compromise, at least from, just my outside perspective. I recognize I haven't been as scrupulously keeping track of the requests of specific businesses on Kirkwood, but I think it would be incredibly confusing for people who use that block, not just for drivers, but for pedestrians and bicyclists and all other users of that street. So that's just the big thing, is I feel like there would not be continuity, and it would be more confusing. And I appreciate the effort for the compromise, but I personally don't believe that it's what's going to be best for Kirkwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional commenters, Mr. Lucas, or here in chambers?
Yes, we do have Bob Holohan.
Mr. Holohan, welcome. Please confirm your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on Amendment 1.
My name is Bob Holohan. I'm the owner of Bicycle Garage. I'm also a property owner. I think I'm the only independent property owner on that block other than IU. So, I mean, all we're talking about is the 500 block of Kirkwood. Again, the flow of traffic, right now, I think the last couple of years when you've blocked Kirkwood, it has been like a ghost town. I'm a bicycle guy, but the cars, it's the flow of traffic. It brings people downtown. Not everyone is driving a car, but again, you see this flow of people, of cars, of people. We're a car nation. So, I mean, it brings people into the area. I understand Sue and Bob Costello about their area. And again, it's a restaurant. I'm not a restaurant. Again, I want to make sure that everyone understands. There's a certain prejudice, it seems, too, that, again, we're not a restaurant business, but at the same time, this blockage is helping the restaurants. It doesn't necessarily help us. So, it's one of those things. I just want to make sure that you understand. Plus, that back alley is our north entrance. We have parking, which we're lucky, in our back lot. But the front is also a drop-off area. And that's restricted. And then when you have your trucks, I think Mr. Smith talked about the box trucks and everything else. That's pretty consistent behind our store. So, you know, again, it's just the flow of traffic, and we're just trying to keep things open. Again, we're a business. We've been there doing it for 43 years. So I'd like to be doing it for a few more years. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Mr. Lucas, anyone on Zoom?
Not that I see, no.
Okay, in which case, let's come back to council for continued questions or discussion on Amendment 1. Councilmember Rollo, and then Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Okay, just to clarify from staff, so I asked the question about Lenny's not wanting parklets, but if they were to want them, you would accommodate them?
Yes, they can apply. So if this goes through, the new timeline, we gave ourselves another day. The applications would open on Friday, and any business can apply. So there's always the option to do parklets. Okay. Yes, but they have. I will say, it's been pretty clear they won't do it. So that's what they've said.
Okay, I'm just,
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, but no. Any business can. Once applications open, any business is welcome to apply.
Okay, my other question is, I mean, in terms of study, one could, you know, of course, if you have the entire closure and it's consistent year by year, you can, and you know, you have pandemic years and you have years coming out of the pandemic, but you could evaluate block by block. You could evaluate things. It doesn't ruin the study. It modifies it, but it's not like there's no data to be gained from it. And in fact, maybe there is data to be gained from the 500 block. So I find it a little spurious that, you know, we need to have this consistency. Well, do we really?
My response to that is not just consistency in the data, but consistency in expectation from the public on what roads are closed. It can get, it could be possibly confusing to the traffic pattern if the rest of the blocks are closed and you're used to that block being closed.
But it's open now. I mean, it's going to be closed. I mean,
yes,
suddenly they'll find it closed in, in a few weeks.
I'm just saying that normally during this seasonal program, which the public has come to relatively expect, not saying they should expect it this year, because obviously we're deciding that tonight. You guys are deciding this tonight. But in the past, historically, for consistency, these are the blocks that have been closed. So when a person thinks back, a resident who's lived here for the past 3 years thinks back to this program, they know those 2.5 blocks have been closed. And it's up to you guys to decide with the amendment, but we're just giving our recommendation that it's not just consistency with data, but just consistency with expectation. And again, for those standards of sustainability and quality of life that we feel it brings.
Thank you.
Thanks. I was also going to ask about Lenny's, actually. So I'm still a little confused. I thought if it was closed, they were up for participating. If it's open, they don't want to.
Oh, no. So there's two components to the outdoor dining program. One is parklets and one is participating in the closure and having outdoor dining. If there's a full block closure, they will participate. If there's not a full block closure, they will not get a parklet, is what they've told us.
So,
because they like the full street closure because they have these tents that just won't fit in the parklet spot. It's just not it's just a littler space, and it's not worth it to them to do that.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying really is, if it's closed, they will have the picnic tables out on the street.
If the block is closed, yes, they have a beautiful setup.
Yes, and if it's open, they will not do a parklet.
Right.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, so to the question of consistency, as was mentioned earlier, in 2024, the City of Bloomington Utilities plans to do work on 6th Street and the alley to the south, the east-west alley between Dunn and Indiana. And so I can't imagine shutting off the bicycle garage from traffic completely next year. So it seems like even if we have the consistency you're seeking this year, next year, I doubt that this body would permit that for
Yeah,
that
no,
block.
no, we couldn't. Unfortunately, next year, if the utilities were happening this year, we would recommend the block being open for sure. But because yes, no one would be able to utilize those businesses then with their cars. And we realize that we are trying to compromise and say the pedestrian walkway and safety there is really important, but they do need some access to vehicles. And by cutting off both those sides, that would not work. So we're being realistic. And so this year that's not happening, giving it another year so we could really monitor that block and see what's happening would be great. Because next year, yes, it won't. This is all still up in the air, but if that's going to happen, that alley will be blocked. Of course, we wouldn't suggest this because it's not going to be ideal for them. So that's why it is kind of pertinent that we would love to be able to see what happens this year with that more data and that consistency of the public expectation, because I think it makes sense that with the construction that will be going on behind there in that alley, that's a different perception and consistency anyway, because that's a disruption already. So by having that block open, it's just already disrupted with construction work, utility work. So, but this year it won't be. So would love to be able to, again, just have a more comprehensive survey and data collection. And again, the shared street, can't stress that enough. We really want to get that back on the budget for the conceptual design. And again, that would alleviate a lot of these issues. So, and it was recommended and already studied. So, it is what it is.
Thank you
for the question.
Additional questions related to Amendment 1? Okay, any comments on Amendment 1 then? Councilmember Rollo.
Oh, well, I think it's very compelling to support this amendment. I think that it does disenfranchise the bicycle garage in particular, and I would like to note that Lenny's has the option of using parklets. They decline. They also have outdoor dining, and so they do have that availability. I think the bicycle garage owners have been quite magnanimous in the sense of that this began as a pilot to afford restaurants the ability to have the separation that they needed in order to cope with the pandemic, and it helped in that regard. And they didn't anticipate that this would continue for the foreseeable future. Clearly, we're disenfranchising them as opposed to, I suppose in this case, Lenny's. The other restaurants don't take advantage of it. It really is just sort of pitting one business against the other. My feeling is, I'm trending very strongly towards supporting this amendment for that reason. Curious to hear from my colleagues, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councilmember Smith.
I know that Ms. Mottinger wasn't here last year for this program, and I recall asking for data from the city last year, and no data was forthcoming. So I'm not really wanting to. I'd like to help the business, and we can collect data, and maybe if we're going to be able to alleviate the issues, then offer them the idea that it'll come back next year and we can talk about closing it. But then if we're going to have construction and all, so it's going to be a long-term thing where they're going to be not able to do some of the things they want to do, and it's going to obstruct their business for 2 years at least. So I'm still very much in favor of the amendment, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Additional comment on Amendment 1, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. A lot of the discussion is focused on one business versus another, retailers versus restaurateurs, and that's really not how I'm thinking about this amendment or this resolution. I think this is about a whole system and rethinking how we use and value public space, and the different users of our public space. I think it's about looking at our goals as a city, as outlined in our adopted plans and related documents that we spend, hundreds of hours developing, co-developing with the community, with thousands of residents providing input. So our comprehensive plan, transportation plan, and climate action plan all call for emphasizing pedestrian uses especially, and pedestrians, bicycle, and transit uses generally above automobile uses. There's probably no better place in the city better suited for that pedestrian priority than Kirkwood Avenue and the square. I think connectivity of multiple blocks of non-car streets that are open to everyone else in a safer and more accessible environment is a really important feature of the design. It's why our transportation plan calls for a redesign of Kirkwood Avenue as a shared street from Indiana to Walnut. It doesn't call for it, piecemeal in blocks, because that connectivity and continuity is important. In particular, I think this block is really important because it connects directly to the sample gates in that expansive pedestrian environment of the university system. So that direct avenue spilling out of the sample gates in the university, and having that continuity of a safe and pleasant public space that is focused on pedestrians like our plans call for, I think is really crucial to the whole project. Additionally, I think there isn't consensus here from the businesses. We just simply don't have that. And you're going to disappoint somebody. So I think we have to look at our guiding documents and goals and plans as part of the approach. I also, challenge the notion generally that parking in front of your business or car access is inherently better for retailers. We heard from Ms. Kopic, for instance, that some of the retailers on the street actually support this closure. And there's definitely economics research out there that demonstrates that pedestrian scale design, calm streets, two-way streets actually enhance economic development across all business types. There's an old adage that a former assistant director for planning at Monroe County used to say, which is that the slower a wallet moves by your business, the more likely it is to open. So I think the idea that we're disenfranchising someone here with the change is sort of falling victim to status quo, thinking that the status quo doesn't harm anybody and that a change harms someone. But I think if we started from a value neutral or from just a neutral standpoint and asked what design, what approach is most in line with our goals, I think we would reach the conclusion that the proposal in the resolution is most in line with our goals as a city. Finally, I think it is important to try to address concerns, and I think the ability to mitigate them here with respect to alley access is adequate in my mind. I think staff's been very earnest in working with businesses for multiple years on all of these. They've been, as well as some of the business associations, Downtown Bloomington Inc. and Kirkwood Community Association. The alley to the north of this block is quite wide, easily possible for 2 cars to go by or even trucks. You can access it from the east or the west end, so it takes a sort of an astounding confluence of events to actually successfully block alley access there. So I must think that's uncommon. We heard at least from Ms. Aquila, who's nearby, that she doesn't think that really happens. And I would venture to guess that, when that is blocked, at least some of those folks are nearby or in their vehicles that could, be requested to move. But in any case, I think it's something we need to continue to work on, continue to have staff, work to mitigate those challenges such as they exist. But I think we have the ability to do that thanks to the infrastructure to the north, and we've confirmed with City of Bloomington Utilities that they do not plan to close that alley in 2023. So in sum, I think the resolution as drafted is what moves us toward our adopted city goals and plans, and I'll be supporting the resolution as drafted, which means I'm voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments related to Amendment 1? I'm sorry?
I'm waiting to hear from my colleagues.
Oh, all right. Please, go ahead. Councilmember Rosenberg.
My comments on this ordinance and this amendment are the same as 2 weeks ago, so I honestly don't want to repeat a lot tonight because it's 10:25 and we have a lot to do still. For most of the same reasons that Councilmember Flaherty is against this amendment, I don't plan on voting for it. I mean, I'm voting against it. Thanks.
I haven't heard from everybody, but yeah, I'm curious to what people think.
I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, and here's my thinking. Staff have a number of significant recommendations to make after this year, and one of the themes we've heard in this conversation is the degree to which we are relying on this year to provide us with data. This is the year. It's a we've always had, oh, it's the pandemic, or well, it's still kind of the pandemic, or this is a year of opportunity to actually gather this data. And in the absence of a closure on that particular segment of Kirkwood, we're missing information. If indeed the construction projects go through in 2024, of course it makes sense to leave Kirkwood open. So that would suggest to me that this is our window of opportunity to gather that data so we can make good decisions going forward. So I am hearing enough of differences of opinion on whether or not closure in general is a good idea. So again, I think to Councilmember Flaherty's point, we may well disappoint someone, no matter what. But I think this is a critical year for gathering this information, and it's the window of opportunity in which to do it. And so closing that segment of Kirkwood makes sense to me to do so. So I'll be voting no on Amendment 1. Thank you. Councilmember Volin or Councilmember Smith?
Councilmember Volin would prefer me to go first. Data is used in aggregate over years to decide trends. We won't be able to tell anything in 1 year hardly with the trend of the data. It's not going to show anything that we can draw any conclusions from because it's a 1 year shot. So I can't use data collection of 1 year to make me think that it's going to give us much information to make a long-term decision on it. So I'm still going to support the amendment.
Okay, I'll go. Like I took Mr. Holohan's and Mr. Carmen's concerns seriously. I don't agree with all their arguments, but you know, we do have to ask the question, who has access to the right-of-way? It's a public good. The city used to have a resident-only reserved parking program. You could reserve a spot in front of your house. It resulted in lots of fights. I know anybody who was serving on this council in the previous term remembers some of the absurd debates we had in council over a single parking space. But we eventually eliminated the program because it's supposed to be shared space. Well, here now what we're talking about is reserving the space we're limiting access to the space. It's not a complete shutdown of the right-of-way. We do that all the time when we build. Somebody builds a building, we'll close off a block in order for construction to happen, but it's theoretically temporary. The big dig and that sort of thing was very difficult. But here now we're turning the right-of-way into more directly a marketplace. And so, like, I think it was worth this conversation to talk about, well, who should have access to it? Are the people who are colonizing the right-of-way with their business contributing to the community in the same way that people who were using the right-of-way before that to park and store their vehicles, you know, are we charging enough? Are they paying enough? How else should we regulate access to the public space? Because make no mistake, we have no choice but to charge for it. The big problem with anybody talking about parking is that that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about convenient on-street parking. On-street parking is the most convenient parking there is. And so anybody who's demanding parking is really demanding convenient parking. Well, it can be cheap or it can be convenient, but it can't be both. The only effective way we found to regulate it has been metering it. And those meter rates have not gone up since day one. August 2013, we put the meters in. We've been charging $1 an hour. We haven't lowered the costs in blocks where there's no demand. We haven't raised the costs on blocks like these where there's a tremendous demand. And so we still have the same problem. We definitely need to revisit parking prices, at least in this area, especially if we've closed off some spots, making the other spaces around them more in demand. If we worry about that price going up because of the disabled, we strongly incentivize the able-bodied to gain the system if we say we're leaving this block open in the name of the disabled and handicapped parking. The better way to handle that is to subsidize access to the right-of-way by those who can't easily access the systems that we've set up to use the right-of-way. We can reimburse them through Park Mobile. But then we have to set the rates where the demand is, and the demand is huge. But the right-of-way is supposed to be shareable, and that's why I'm excited about a shared street. I don't define the word boulevard the way one commenter said. A boulevard is a shared street. It allows all forms of transit to go through, but it very strongly regulates the way that the high-speed traffic can go through. It was an original idea of a shared street. It favors low-speed travel. Parking data is just useful because it tells us not just what the market is, but that there is a market. This is a marketplace. The right-of-way is worth something. Ask any food truck owner. They can put a value on parking in that spot. Ask remember, this was 9 years ago, we had the debate over food trucks, whether they should be allowed, but we've moved along quite a bit since then. We're asking the question, what's the market going to bear? The whole downtown is a marketplace, and we're being asked to fine-tune it, and this is the fine-tuning. It sounds like there's not enough support tonight for this amendment. I, again, am ambivalent about it. I did it because I supported it because this is District 6, and this is a big existential question for everyone downtown. I don't think that my position has been swayed. I'm so ambivalent about it, I'm going to abstain. I just wanted to explain why I'm abstaining now, and it's because I get the constraints that we're operating under. I do think it's incumbent upon the administration to build a shared street there ASAP. Like everything that people are saying, that's I've said tonight, says that we need that plan ASAP. But for now, I think the upshot of my abstention will be that the block will stay closed. But I still think that the conversation was worth it, and I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues. I was kind of going back and forth in my mind about this. But really what resonated the most with me is something that Councilmember Flaherty said, and that is that we're not going to please everybody. I mean, there's no consensus here. There's, from what I've heard, half the businesses want it closed, half the businesses want it open. I patronize all those businesses, so I don't have a favorite. I think that in the absence of consensus, I think we do look to our plans, as Councilmember Flaherty said. Our plans, such as the comprehensive plan, the climate action plan, the transportation plan, all of which emphasize making it more comfortable to walk and to ride a bike. And those would then point to including this block in the street closure of Kirkwood. So I'm going to vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, just in response to Councilmember Flaherty and Councilmember Piedmont Smith, my understanding is that permanent Kirkwood closure was never part of our plans. Complete streets, shared streets is, but not permanent closure of Kirkwood. If the intent was to permanently close Kirkwood, then the affected businesses should have been notified of that at the beginning of this process. That was not the case. It was advertised that this was a temporary need to adapt to the pandemic. And this is essentially benefiting one business at the expense of another. That's the reality of this decision. the effect in businesses has been the majority of our deliberations this evening, discussions. So we are closing the right-of-way for accessibility of vehicles that is going to benefit one business quite a bit and at the expense of another across the street. That's what we're doing. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Any additional comment? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Flaherty.
Just a very minor point in response to some things that Councilmember Rallo and Boland both kind of, their framing of closing access to vehicles. But when roads are open to car traffic, they're effectively closed to everyone else. That's just like the norm. So it's not like everybody has access now and then vehicles won't. Like overwhelmingly, the amount of space in our streets is dedicated solely to cars, with sidewalks, if they exist at all, 3 to 5 feet wide or maybe a little wider on Kirkwood. But I kind of reject the notion that we're removing access, I'll just say the status quo excludes lots of other users, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Additional comments?
I was saying shared streets should be our goal, and I think was their goal. Kirkwood is accessible to pedestrians and bicyclists, but not vehicles, apparently. Go ahead.
Anything in addition? Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Amendment 1?
Let's see, Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
No.
Scambalori,
No.
Rallo,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Volan,
Abstain.
Flaherty,
No.
and Rosenbarger.
No.
That amendment fails. 2, 4, 1. Thank you, everyone. Whoops. Which brings us back to Resolution 2304 in its entirety. So we were at third round questions, if memory serves correctly. Are there additional questions? Okay, let's go to closing comment then. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. So yes, let's go to public comment then on Resolution 2304. Wait, we already had. We
Since
did.
we did not amend the ordinance.
And
that
we didn't
wouldn't
amend
typically-
it, so, yeah, okay. So we've had public comment on 2304. Are there additional questions or final comments on 2304? Councilmember Volan.
Briefly say, on behalf of the data, that it is useful. I agree that it did not come in a timely manner. We did the best we could. The data for the past 4 years wasn't even available to us until last week. So it was enough, I think, to persuade me and ESD staff that there's not a catastrophe happening as a result of our efforts to keep the marketplace going downtown. All the numbers are encouraging. At least, Mr. Costello made a very good point about the food and beverage tax. While the tax is up 20% over 2019, so our costs, I sympathize with that argument. I mean, what I see from the data, and again, it wasn't, we threw it together, but it says that we're doing okay. There's nothing to panic about. We need to keep building, but the collective efforts of the administration and the merchants associations, I think, is keeping the downtown relatively thriving. It doesn't mean that we can't do better. I'm encouraged by the constant upward growth, but I also know that expenses are up too. So I do want everyone to think hard about, I mean, it will be 10 years in August since we ever adjusted parking rates. No one is parking in front of the convention center. We should be charging 25 cents an hour there. But lots of people are parking on the blocks that are on the corner of Kirkwood and Dunn, even in winter. It's the top demand site in town. We should be thinking about charging more there. Just if for no other reason, to regulate the demand for parking that people otherwise see as so convenient that that's the only parking they want to use. They don't want to walk 2 blocks. I would challenge anyone who says that College Mall is somehow, more optimal. You walk farther to shop at College Mall than you ever do to park downtown. So I don't buy that argument at all, that we shouldn't regulate parking more extensively than we already do. But it's all in service of the marketplace. So that's a parting thought. I'm supportive of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional final comment, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. A few thoughts. First, echo the praise for staff and for the business associations that have worked so diligently on all this, and all the businesses and residents who've been engaged. I've been very impressed for several years now with staff's approach to this and really working to address as many issues as possible in moving forward with some of our goals and city plans. Second is that some praise to the Orbit Room for building a deck in their space, for sure. And I find sympathy with Sue Aquila's point about, a multi-year approval process, or for the parklets, possibly year-round. I have sort of complained, I guess, to ESD staff some over the years, starting at the beginning of the pandemic, because I'd be traveling in various places now and then and see parklets just done really, really well, with pergolas and, flowers and planters. And it's like, we're just stuck with these orange barriers. And it's the uncertainty, nobody wants to invest in it if they don't have that continuity. And to really capitalize on that program and enhance the downtown vibrancy at risk of using Mr. Carmen's buzzword, you need that continuity. You need that willingness to invest. Maybe even some assistance, like maybe some, parking space sized deck, like plans to be thrown together quickly, right, or rented. So I really look forward to more continuity to allow that certainty that allows investment to make the spaces even better. So just wanted to say that, and then finally just excited to support this resolution and taking some steps forward towards some of our city goals. Thanks.
Thanks. Additional final comment? If not, I'll finish up. Okay. Thank you to the staff for their hard work, especially in terms of efforts to respond to the specific concerns we've had. So thank you for wrestling with that, and to my colleagues as well for the very helpful discussion tonight. I am supportive of the Kirkwood closure. I believe it adds a great deal to this city in the summer, and look forward to the vibe again and how people feel. I honestly am less supportive of parklets, particularly as they're currently manifested. I think they look like a construction zone. They just do, and I have seen enough cities do them well and incorporate art, and incorporate something other than orange and white striped barriers, that I think they certainly have potential, but in their current form, I think they actually detract from a lot of our efforts to beautify the downtown and to include public art and to create the kind of vibe that we've been discussing. So I would especially challenge us this year to find alternatives to improve how we do parklets. So with that, I very much look forward to hearing what kind of data you gather this year. I think this is our post-pandemic year. This is a year we don't get to use the pandemic anymore. So I look forward to hearing the data that you gather, and I'll be glad to support this. So thank you. Anything else? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on Resolution 23-04?
Councilmember Scambaluri.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Volan.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Rosenberger.
Yes.
And Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
And that passes 7-0. Thank you very much, everyone. So moving forward, we have no legislation for first readings this evening. That brings us to our second period of public comment for items not on the agenda this evening. Is there anyone, Mr. Lucas, if you could please extend our invitation on Zoom, and is there anyone in chambers who would like to offer public comment for items not on the agenda?
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to speak, please let us know by using the raise hand feature. You can find that in your control bar under the Reactions tab or the More tab. You can also send us a chat to let us know you'd like to comment.
I'm not seeing any comment requests here in chambers. Mr. Lucas, are you seeing anything on Zoom?
I am not.
Okay, we'll give it just another moment. Seeing none? Okay, that'll close our second period of public comment. We'll take up matters of council schedule. Mr. Lucas, what do you have for us?
Yes, just to note that the council had no legislation for first reading tonight. However, next week there are 3 reports that the administration is planning to provide, and in no particular order. Those will include a report on scooter parking and enforcement, a scooter parking and enforcement pilot program, an update on sidewalk and paving data from Public Works, and report from Utilities and Public Works on the location changes in the works for those 2 departments. So I'm assuming we will go ahead with next week's meeting and those reports. As was noted tonight, after next week, there are 2 weeks where the council will have no meeting, and a meeting on March 29th will wrap up the month.
Thank you very much. That concludes our business for this evening. If there are no objections, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.